How's it going? Don't mind my ugly ass bangs today. Do mind this bong. It's another late night tarot stream of Illuminati mistakes. I come bearing so many decks, but tonight we'll probably be focusing once again on the Guardian of the Night tarot because I left it out last night. But until we get to the tarot portion of the evening, we're just in the chit chat mode, so feel free to speak up, say anything, ask anything, etc. Get a little stoned with me. I find that it helps with these things. When this chat box becomes turquoise, you'll know when it's time to start the tarot portion of the evening. By the by. If you do plan on lurking tonight, try to keep your energy at minimum for all the other viewers, okay? Nice. You're up late, huh? I don't think I've ever watched Sin City. Not the whole thing, anyway. But I did smoke a couple blunts today. Weather hurts me. Hence why I'm starting pretty late. And just like, I think a bit tired. Not even tired, it's more painful than tired today. Sometimes the weather hurts. Sometimes, it's my own natural cycle. Sometimes pain is increased, but for the most part, pain is inevitable. You gotta just power through it and hope for the best. Because I was thinking recently about genetics and how perhaps even when there is no escaping something, there's still a chance of overcoming it. Though the proof, 555, not quite in the pudding, so to speak. I kind of have no notes. Not necessarily a good thing. I noticed today that I was getting up and moving, and although it felt good to physically do things, I would instantly start to get to this mental place of, you know what, I should stand up to that person randomly because I feel like bringing something up right now. And I should go be a dick to them. So I was like, yo, sit back down. Why don't you just sit down? If moving around, getting up and moving around is making you have angry thoughts that's causing you to pick fights, then sit the fuck down. So that's kind of how my day went. I still managed to make a meal, but make the bed, make myself up. But it was a low productive day because I'm probably like 2 days out from Sarah Paulson dropping her latest mixtape, and well, it hurts like hell because when I sit around and try to just relax, it hurts more physically, but then like I said, I get up and start moving around and it's like, oh, ow, that hurts different. Hurts in a different way. Sitting around hurts, getting up hurts. Mostly hurts me versus hurting other people. But what are you gonna do? I haven't been updating my calendar, and I'm glad I had this conversation so that I remember to do it later. I keep such good track just for nobody to even give a fuck about it, but what are you gonna do? I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna have a job that I can keep doing sustainably over time. Which some people would see this as something you could not sustain over time, but honestly, I've experimented with enough other industries, and I promise you, I've stuck to this for long enough, and much longer than anything else. So, la-ti-da. Some may not understand the careless whisper of a babbling minds. Of course, it's not for me to decide. Of course, it's not important or rightly why I do the things that I do. If I sought to be understood, I perhaps would take the time to explain better. Or perhaps there's an element of happiness, merry moment. That I look forward to from you. Not that I know when you'll be on my stream, but to know it is a merry moment should you be tuning in. I'm already holding these tarot cards, but I don't have the tarot screen up, oddly enough. Maybe I should switch over. It seems like maybe it's just time. Hey, everybody's here early tonight. Look, I'm already shuffling the cards, but we're in chat mode, so I think I'm gonna just switch over. And we have like almost a whole hour of uninterrupted streaming. But I'm gonna play the 1 minute so I can switch and give people a second because we'll come back with tarot. Yeah, it's good, you know. That's what I kind of get that vibe from it. That's why I was like, yep, it feels good every single time you say it. That's really beautiful. So I've already got some cards on the table, but let's like physically switch over and kind of get into that mind. Clearly I was in it. I was speaking very meditatively, almost hypnotically, I would say. Because I get like that sometimes. So let's entrance into these dream cards, but 60 seconds, not even 3 minutes, just 60 seconds. I'm actually just gonna rip the bong again. Right now, discover that you are the sun that the morning brings. The heart has its seasons, its homelands and thoughts of its own. I'm making that shit up. What the fuck did I just say? Right now, discover that you are the sun. No, I already sang that part too. Damn. You know, it's okay. Here's the thing. If I don't know the words to one of my... What? Are you talking to me or Morphinage? Sometimes I don't know, like, the, whole words to my favorite songs, because oddly enough, I don't listen to all of them intensely on repeat and learn them as quickly as others. I've been listening to the Grateful Dead since I was like fucking 17 years old. I probably know the least of their songs, even though there has never been a time that I was like, I should take a break from the Grateful Dead. Ever. Never, ever. There have been bands where I'm like, all right, I'm burning out on this for sure. I'm annoying other people with how much I play this, but the Grateful Dead is one of the most tolerable bands that I listen to, hands down, easily. I can't sing most of their songs. I'm gonna be honest. I can't sing most of their songs. I can sing all of American Beauty though. So that's saying something, but that's not even necessarily my favorite album. It's just the most important to me. I'm sorry, the PMDD has it. It's really wicked. That's why the cards felt so good because it was very easy to just literally check out. And that's why I'm like still holding the bong because I'm like, let's get sedated. Gotta keep this bitch sedated. Hey, wanna smoke? I don't fuck with gin, but if there was one in my bong, I wouldn't, there would be nothing I can do about it, you know? I'd be like, oh, shit. I guess we both in this now. Mm-hmm. All right. So, what about Discord? I haven't used Discord in months. What are you talking about? Is that me or more? Thank you. About the stream of consciousness. Sometimes it's fucking ugly. Let's just be honest. I have ugliness in me. Okay, it was from Orphanage. I also meant to look up Chaos. Is that what that is? I remember when you brought that up. Okay, me too. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm very chaos with chaos magic. I don't follow anybody, so I just kind of like learn about things, and whatever I align with, I can easily ascribe to or dissociate from, right? So I can see myself as such, because I definitely chaos magic. It's all just circus vibes. I really feel like circus energy with me, but that's a whole nother brick by brick kind of thing. So come on in, everybody. Look, I'm about to get a surge of people who are like lurking forever. They come and change up the story. They try to focus on themselves. They like, it'll happen at some point tonight. Oh, hey. It makes me so happy that you tuned into my goofy stuff. We're starting with the tarot tonight, though, so it's not like last night. You were here for like the chill part of the evening. We're all just like chit-chatting about our favorite things. But if we're starting with tarot, you'd be like, okay, this got really weird really fast. Yes. So tarot. We're using the Guardian of the Night tarot. This is why. Feel free to discuss that here and now, by the way. I'm into both the Gnostic and the Chaos, right? I don't know where I get that pronunciation from or where I get off on assuming it has one, but, well, everything is pronounced, right? You silly goose. There's like a good part, sorry. Sometimes it can be very easy to say things or, God, okay. I think so. Because people inherently don't trust what I do because they ask me, what are you doing? And I'm like, I don't know, I'm just going with it. Leave it alone. That's like usually my go-to. And they hate that. They're like, what do you mean you don't know what you're doing? I'm like, listen, I'm not going to give you step-by-step formulation. I'm fucking mixing it live. What do you want? I am a DJ, God is the dance floor. Or something like that. So whatever I'm making is live, baby. It's exactly, it's all circumstantial. That's why I like it, because I'm never going to be like a hard ass, exactly what I have works, and I'm going to make it work for what I need it to work, and I'm going to make sure I have the things that I know work and that I need to work with. But in a pinch, I'm not going to stress or go hunt for it or order it on the internet just because a recipe called for it. Like, I don't follow recipes when I cook. I don't follow recipes when I do magic. Does that make me chaotic? I don't know. So this deck is the Dream Oracle. It's very much guidance through dark nights, advice for the shadow self, and a little bit of a visit with the Akash, right? All things Akash. So all things ethereal, all things of the resonance time of the liquid space, the Akash. Rather than saying the Akashic Records, the conversation that's unfolded over the past couple days and where we left off last night, which is why it's coming up so quickly, is because I left these on the table with the intention of doing them tonight because of me giving up after getting disconnected twice. I was like, I just don't even care anymore. Um, the Fool. Very much a new journey. So if you've been having weird dreams lately, this reading is for you. Justice, Libra, right at the bottom. Kind of like lone wolf. But that rabbit, it's giving Matrix vibes, right? And if you go chasing rabbits and you know you're going to fall, tell him a hookah smoking caterpillar has given you a call. Okay, you know what's funny? It does not matter if I smoke weed or not, and it's terrifying. Sometimes I would love to pass out and not dream. It does not matter if I smoke weed, if I do not smoke weed, if I'm gonna either dream or not dream. I'm on a schedule. They give me like 3 days off a year where I just don't dream. I'm like, wow, I feel so rested. 366. Yes, 3 days short of the year. I can't imagine though. Okay, I'm really tripping on this little like psychosis kick because listen, psychosis I'm sorry. Yeah, I kind of like what could attest to what you might be saying if I understood what you were saying with that, but I don't know that we would agree on it, right? So one thing that I've learned on this channel and like from doing the channel messages and working with people, especially people who are practitioners that come on this channel and watch, which is so cool. But like yes, I have been doing this for a really long time, so I get it. And I appreciate it, but also yes, it does help me. I don't want to necessarily say practice because I'm never looking to do anything or improve anything, but some things get better and stronger naturally because that's where God wants the focus. That's where Satan guides me. Like, I don't know. It's the whole divine purpose, plan, whatever. I'm very much into that. I've always been a purpose person. It's not necessarily work, money, or jobs that gives me purpose, but I understand that's where a lot of people get their purpose from, and that's totally reasonable because some people are just kind of there to do that, and there's nothing wrong with it. But just sleeping and dreaming, very fulfilling, really. I told you I don't do books. They gave me a trigger finger. So I said thank you. But this strain, 123, has helped me even stomach the concept of talking to or hearing or thinking or seeing or feeling human alive people. Like but something that came through recently on a stream was how if you can use mirrors for scrying, which like I use mirrors for a lot of things, but definitely to communicate, I think, with more the ethers and the underworld, right? Because the mirrors are different. They're on our plane of view, I don't know how else to explain it. You could theoretically talk to anybody through a mirror. Whereas the tunnels run through me when it comes to the deceased or the underworld. So mirrors are very special, and it's like the writing on the walls. It's literally like bathroom stalls. I don't know how else to explain that when I should putting you on game that you don't need to be on. For sure. I get that too. Writing on the walls, right? Be careful with what you do. You don't need to just copy something because you hear someone else did it and they like it and it worked for them. Know what the fuck you're doing. Go where you're naturally led. Do the things you're naturally meant to do. If it wasn't for all the ecstasy I took when I was a teenager, I would have not stared in the mirror long enough to learn how to scry in it, okay? Am I recommending that you do that? Absolutely fucking not. Not that. Not what I would recommend. Not how I'm saying you should learn magic. But like that's the thing, just because you hear someone, right? That's what I'm saying. Like most people didn't. So when you hear someone talk about what they do, I was too. I think that's why I did them. You just have to kind of, I don't want to say take it with a grain of salt, because with me, I would put like a whole pinch of salt. I would eat the salt straight. I love salt. You should see how much I put on my vegetables. Listen, a grain of salt, why not just shake it like a salt shaker? Okay, not a big deal. Don't try to do as I do just because I do what I do, right? And I share it with you. I think no one could be so dense, but there's been this like need for spirit to be like, hey, you should correct some of these bitches. And I'm like, you're kidding me. I don't need to correct these bitches, do I? And spirit's like, yeah, you kind of fucking do. And we're gonna send you some help and guidance, but you gotta get clear on these fools. And I hate that because I have avoided it for a long time, hexing and cursing, because I feel like all I need to do is bless myself, bless my people, bless my enemies, bless anybody. But it seems what I'm learning from doing this stream and being online, being so vulnerable, being my authentic self, being told, right? Being told. There are many reasons to conclude, that my own personal boundaries are not quite big or distinct enough for some of you. So I'm in just doing a little bit more. Yes, howdy. Yes. I've been doing a little bit more. So maybe this is, if you're walking in this perfect moment, perhaps that's something else that you need to know as you level up. Because that's the other thing. I know a lot of the people who come on this channel are younger than me, and then I know the people that I'm really talking about are the ones who mostly have it out to get me personally and not necessarily the channel or the message or the tarot, right? They're not just like tarot haters and trolls on the internet. These are people who like cannot stand me or what I do and like never have been able to, I think. Jesus. This stray boy needs to get wheeled out of here, bro. Jesus. That is the cutest shit I've read all day. Like, why? Because at the end of the day, a Virgo's a Virgo, am I right? Yeah, probably. Jinx. Oh my god. Jinx. I also thought this matched the outfit. So cute. So cute. Yeah. So there's a need to put up boundaries. And I wish that I would have recognized the belief in my own magic being the power behind it when I was younger. And I think that's a big part of the message that I'm supposed to pass on to a lot of you. I think there's like the youngest crowd, the like 18 to 20, 21-year-olds that come on here and they have like no idea what they're doing. But this like mid 20s crowd, I think, especially lady just spoke up when I was saying this. It's like you have to kind of, when it comes to doing magic, don't forget to like yourself, because I never did, because I was like, oh, I'll be fine, the universe will guide me, no one would do me like that, like I have no reason to be paranoid. And it's like, sure, you definitely don't have a reason to be paranoid, but you have every reason to be protected. You have every right to protect yourself. So it's time to start doing that rather than trying to get on the defense or ending up on the defense. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was not expecting to have people come obsessively watch my channel and try to do stupid little fucking gadget magic. I'm a glitch witch. What do you think you're gonna do? I'm gonna break your phone if you keep trying to play magic with me. Like, that's the fucking funny thing, right? Right, me too. Obviously, everybody thinks I'm paranoid. And granted, I do get really bad days of anxiety in and out of my menstrual cycle. That does give me paranoid thoughts. And I also have intrusive, violent thoughts that could be construed as paranoid thoughts. But other than that, typically not so paranoid. More logical than paranoid. And very realistic. Right. Right. It's like I know I can be paranoid, but rather than thinking of it as paranoia that someone's out to get you, just think of it as protection should anybody do that or choose to do that as a precaution instead of, um, you know, post apocalyptic, such as myself, where I'm like, yes, this is all adding up. Add it up, add it up. Oh man, yeah, but I'm kind of the same way, but not real. Well, I don't want to get into it, but yeah, I tend to keep them around me too. You gotta have something within reach at all times. Like I think there's an aspect of our society that keeps us a reasonable level of paranoia in that way too. Yeah. Yeah, and it's again stuff I didn't do when I was learning my practices and on my journey. Like I didn't bother doing any protective spells over myself or having those boundaries or noticing and take notes when people are kind of throwing shade because they could be doing magic behind your back kind of shit. Like it's not always paranoia. You have to be able to rationalize when you're being paranoid and when you're not. For me, it was tracking my fucking cycle every single day and being like, all right, these days I'm going to be paranoid. You have to not listen to those thoughts. But if something comes up on these days, then that might actually just be my intuition. And it's not that easy for everyone because it's not intrinsically tied to your menses, but like, it takes sometimes that kind of measure and being able to cut out weed or something that might cause paranoia or make you think that about yourself. So, um, yeah, once again, this is like all shadow work, guidance to becoming a better version of yourself because it's not really about being a better person because there's no real true definition of what a good person is. Oh, amen. Amen. I think, like, again, a lot of us are like that, but also we live in a war torn world and a fucking, propagated country. So, countries, I suppose. There's no, there's no real rest for the wicked, right? Money don't grow on trees. We all do have bills to pay. A lot of us got mouths to feed and nothing in this world for free. So I feel like there's a reasonable amount of protection, even with the physical stuff, that there is paranoid thoughts. It's not about if someone breaks into my shit right now. It's about knowing, hello, it's a little dark right now. Yeah. We're talking about protective mechanisms, but also think in terms of not just spell work or magic necessarily, but manifestation. Like if you are showing the universe that you're taking precautions and measures to protect yourself, then you will remain protected, right? As long as you're not becoming overly psychotic about it or whatever. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed, and then nothing in this world for free. 7 of Wands, 5 of Cups. 5 of Cups is like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go off, like physically go off. 5 of Cups is very much, it's because it's the middle, always gonna be, yeah, and that's the thing is putting in positive intentions into things, even when you're unconsciously doing them, is another big game changer of just like being conscious of the thoughts that you are having when you are doing everything you're doing from cleaning to organizing to whatever, and building your space that way. Stay calm until something is seriously wrong. I love that. Yeah, there's so many great techniques out there besides, even what we come up with together. There's already like feng shui is great. I follow some of the things that you do in the room for feng shui, but not necessarily read too much into its practices. But you're supposed to avoid sleeping on walls with things plugged in and facing north and having the bed opposite the door, not on the same wall as any outlets, which can be very difficult, etc. Certain things like that. Remember the 90s, you guys? Vanilla Coke, smooth and intriguing. Amen. Yeah. Yeah. I was surprised to find out feng shui was more of a modern thing and it was a lot more physical than I expected from what I understood when I was looking into it. But this Five of Cups being very much in the middle, with these cups knocked over, it's like the moth being there reminds me of the death card in the Halloween Oracle. Death is Scorpio, so whatever, but it's also the rebirth. Everything awaits to begin or something like that. And that moth is, I think it's the same moth as in the other deck. And so it's like you see these empty cups and you see this broken situation. And you're like, I'm going to get the fuck out of here and actually go towards the light and not towards these empty cups that the light is reflecting off of. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I did not realize it was like this modern kind of almost made up thing just for organization, right? Like I thought there was some deeper meaning attached to it or it was associated with like a larger religious belief or something, but yeah, I like it too. It does feel really good. But yeah, I was very surprised by its lack of origin from what I recall reading about. Yeah, I like floating beds. There's some things that I have my own version of feng shui to an extent, right? I take their advice and do what's best for me. Yeah, um, I get that. I kind of like both though. I love being woken up by the sun. I love sleeping in the sun. Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to fall asleep. I'm in paranoid bits if I am sleeping next to a window, but yeah. So, the Seven of Wands is definitely looking like class time, looking like the teacher talking to the students in the water. It's almost like sometimes this is why I don't like jumping into the tarot because everybody's so chatty because it's early in the evening. It's only like 30 minutes into the reading. I usually don't start tarot this early, nor do so many people come up so soon in the reading. It was weird that I was shuffling the cards. That's why I felt like doing it. But I think part of the lesson, right? This is the dream stuff. This goes back to like how we were talking about astral projection and how we were drawing the planes and shit, which again, if you are a member on my website, you can get access to that stream. And I'm sure occasionally I'll post other ones, but they all end up on Patreon eventually and nowhere else. So if you become a member, which is free, on my website, www.millie.com, you can watch the astral projection stream that we did. Got the Emperor here, which is Aries, because of course Aries season's coming up. And Six of Pentacles. Something like I don't get that. I don't really get what that is. The Emperor, there's like something that's going to work out maybe kind of pretty well come Aries season. So give it like 3 more weeks and you'll see that things are fading away, stress fades away, structures begin to fall, freedom takes hold. There's a newness about stillness between the transition of seasons. And by March 21st, you're like kind of doing in it. Which has been the slow and steady plan the whole year. That was the second half of last year, was like ending the first half of 2022. But I'm talking March 20th. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I talk, I'm like, all right, it's not really soothing to me anymore because it feels like fucking bullshit if that answers your question. But sure, we'll go with it. Like I'm doing. Um, I like that. That concept is sweet. Yes. Um, but there was this first half of the 2022 zodiac cycle from March, 21st-ish until, I don't know, when halfway would be like Leo season, right? So sometime in July. And it was about closing out the previous decade because it was that 2012 to 2022 was essentially like, so how was your end of the world? How was the fall of your reality? Do you see what we meant now when you look back 10 years ago with all those warnings, with all this hearsay about December and yep. That would have been like Capricorn season or Sagittarius season. I don't remember the specific date in December 2012 when they claimed that world would end, but really it did start this like cycle of the not degradation, but the fall of Rome, the fall of the mask slipping off, in a way that revealed to us what could be possible as our reality, beyond Matrix, beyond Apocalypse, beyond reality 3D. That is a pinnacle in movements in regards to the spiritual world, the political world. That was very much a turning point. And so this first half of last year was like, yo, you recall all of that? And I was like, fuck yeah, I do. Jesus, fuck. Let's close it out. Let's finish that up. Let's complete that decade. Do I go back to it? Let me try at least to apologize, make things better, build those bridges because I lit most of them on fire. And maybe that was for the best, and I can appreciate that, but I can at least clean up the mess, right? So the first half was like that, and so it was very tumultuous, very much like, damn, what the fuck? I thought I was doing the right thing. Maybe it was the right thing all along. Anything like that. And then the second half was about coming back together and feeling like there was something more to be had from it. To focus on what to build in the next decade. So while usually in a year, zodiac cycle, you would see a lot more completion, you would see a lot more payoff and fruition with each turning passing season. Yes, it's like the zodiac, right? Or, I mean, I don't know what that was really in response to. I'm trying to kind of low-key ignore the chat because it's going to piss me off really quickly because that's where I'm at my cycle and I don't really give a fuck. I'm staying focused on the reading. Not to sound rude, me not addressing that was me not being rude about it. I'm easily irritable. That's why I was holding on to the bong. It's not your fault. It's not any different than any other night. I'm different than any other night. You know what I mean? It's like we carry on with conversations and we usually talk for like an hour and a half before we do the cards. So I kind of knew, it's weird. It's like I knew what I was getting into, but I didn't. I don't know why I got into it. It's almost like there was just like an early crowd that needed this message more than the late crowd, but the late crowd's used to this being like chit chat hour, and so am I. It's almost like I also rushed myself into this. I just immediately started shuffling the cards. But I don't want to stop y'all from talking. That's why I've been ignoring it. But then once in a while, I just have been popping in and getting confused. It's not a big deal. It's more like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to ignoring it. Carry on. Typically in a zodiac year, you would see a lot more come to life and a lot more come to bloom. But because he had to close out the decade of the so-called apocalyptic moments, which was, once again, an extremely pivotal change in society and a completely different era we entered. From the technological boom that we saw slowly unfold from that time until about 2016 when it jumped to where it essentially is now. And then, of course, seeing that spike during COVID and starting to level out now. And well, once the color changes, but it's usually you see more happen in a year, but this is like what the second half was meant to set you up for the next decade cycle. that will inevitably happen and launch us further into whatever direction the planet's going in, which everybody kind of has a different of opinion on that. And it seems like inevitably we're going down this road of post-apocalyptic nightmare, dystopian, you know, anti-altruistic future ruled by billionaires seems like such a weird, ugly take. Kind of, especially if we all sort of believe in manifesting a reality. I think the problem is, once again, and this is something we talked about earlier this week on the stream, is the inherent white supremacy that comes with so much of magic and magic practices and manifestation in particular. Because the more that these white people preaching love and light convince you to stay out of it and to resist fighting and to just go with the flow and be at peace within yourself and know that you can't control the things around you and blah, blah, blah. It's passive, non-aggression, and it is the same as silence being violence. So there's like a lot of inherent flaws with the current practices we do. But if so many of us are trying to manifest our own individual realities and we see it working ultimately in real time, then why the fuck are we not collectively manifesting a better world for the world around us? Unless, of course, we have been taught specifically and intentionally to not do it. Okay? Like, what? How is everybody going to be that selfish? Well, I'm just trying to manifest a life for me. Like, exactly. And the yin yang pushes on oneself for a reason. There's supposed to be a resistance in order for there to be a revolution. If there's no revolution, why even have the next school of thought or be a part of any generation? Why even be here and incarnate if you're not willing to fight for the world that hosts us? The fuck? It's like so ignorant to be like, wow, look at all this war, that sucks. People are poor, that sucks. People are starving, that sucks. Homeless people, that sucks. Bombs being dropped, that sucks. Housing sucks. Cost of living sucks. Gas prices sucks. That sucks. Oh my god, I hate it. Complain, 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 complain. But let me manifest a reality in which I can have fucking whatever. I want to manifest $1 billion, blah, 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 blah. Why don't you manifest more affordable housing for everyone if you're already doing the work anyways? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mwah. That's what I'm doing it every day. I am radical acts of kindness and radical acts of freedom every motherfucking day, bro. I have as much as possible, and just the little things is how you do it. You do it all the time, every day, all the time. You be willing to question people even if you're in public. You be willing to call people out when they say some sideways shit. You be willing to fucking sacrifice the second trip to the grocery store or, your Amazon order, right? You be willing to sacrifice in the moment and put intentions into what you're doing. Oh, I know that I am maybe using, like, hey, I know that I am going to return this bottle, but maybe it would be better to not drink it at all. And I can be aware of that, but I really wanted some caffeine, so I appreciate its convenience and recognize that we need a better long-term solution. Okay. And putting that much intention into the things you do or recognizing what it is that you're doing in the first place, because I think a lot of people have this disillusionment that what they're doing doesn't affect the world. But I challenge you, and I know this is gonna get gross fast, but I challenge you to go throughout your day and kind of appreciate how much waste you actually produce as one person, and then recognize that you're probably not in a one-person household, and even if you are, you're probably not in a one-person building, and chances are you're not in a one building fucking you know neighborhood, or a town with more than one person. Yeah, we just was reading about him last night. I have read about him before, but I didn't recognize his name when you said it last night, and then I looked. He was like 21 years old. That was the thing. As they were like, yeah, no, he can't get any more popular. He can't get any older. It's a lot easier to kill the youth. That's what we see them do it all the time. Elijah McCain is coming to mind right now. I don't know why. Well, maybe he kind of just could say anything right now if he wanted to. And why restrict us to a month? I think this is silliest move. I cannot. Women can wait a second, in my opinion, with the March. Yeah, 21. Yeah, be willing to witness your global footprint because it will encourage you to make better decisions or at least be conscious of the fact that we need to find proper solutions and not come up with quick fixes and shitty answers. We'll find an answer at everything. Oh, well, it's the billionaire's fault. Oh, well, it's the fucking private jets. Oh, well, it's because there's 8 billion people and I'm nothing. And oh, well, we don't need answers to these questions. We need solutions to these problems. We have to stop thinking of questions needing answers and recognize that these things are problems that need solutions. So you can't just sit in class and raise your hand and say, it's this, it's that, it's this. Listen, that's great. It's all of those things. It's literally all of those things. But none of those answers provide us with a means to correct or fix it. And therefore, we don't need the answers that you're providing, right? We don't need anyone to answer to it at this point. We don't need, it would be nice if people took responsibility and accountability, but at this point, we just need a solution for it. And with 8 billion people, we are the solution. We are the solution, And if they, you know what, it would be worth it, even if it was for 8 people to hear this message. And I have always lived my life like that. There was just never a time in my life that this was a thing, and now they are like, she's been on the list, on the radar for a minute, but now she's public. It's interesting. They don't know what to do, honestly. They're like, do we just take her out before she's a problem? But then, she's already said it, so if she called us out, everyone would know we did it. But she's also suicidal, so we probably could plant it on her. But then, again, there's always conspiracy theorists that it might actually blow up the situation more than it was. So they're, like, very concerned on how to handle it. The 8th viewer is probably my FBI surveillance team. Hi, guys. I am joking, right? Like, we are just kidding, right? It's hard to say when you're psychic. This was what MK Ultra was all about. And yes, you used to take a whole bunch of acid. Like, duh, we all know that. Is that where I got my psychic brain from? I don't know, because I stopped doing it a long time ago, and I still have way more power now than I ever did when I was doing drugs. So, hard to say. I think that was just a way for me to find a culture, a group of people who actually accepted what I do more than it was to be able to do what I do. You know what I mean? That's why I connect with it, because it takes you there. It doesn't need to be anything. God, they left. Okay, so that was definitely a narc. They were like, damn, I feel kind of bad spying on her. Yeah, they're like, damn, she makes a good point. We should just leave her alone. She's pretty non-threatening. It'd be really weird if we killed her. Like, that's... Okay. So anyways, streaming, yeah, because glass is used for scrying, and all of our technology uses glass, and the connectivity of it is definitely akin to being psychic, when sometimes our devices will literally pull up stuff that we thought and not even said out loud or texted, but just thought in our heads, and we've all been there. Don't we know it? So the stream has turned up the ability to be able to talk to people that are still alive and don't like it. I miss the dead folks. I feel very disconnected from the underworld lately. And that's probably a good thing, because it's like a sign of spring, and it's also like, okay, I am living. I might as well enjoy being alive. But then I'm like, I don't like to be alive. Where are the dead folks? I don't like the humans. Fucking weirdo shit. So... That's interesting, but also ironic, because Spain used to be the truth seekers, and it makes me wonder, where are you getting that data from? Because it makes me think that it's propaganda, because Spain has always been the freedom fighters, truth seekers of the world. Not necessarily, but they blew the whistle on the influenza epidemic of 1918, and that is why it was called the Spanish flu. Somebody's ancestors were there. I don't think it was mine, though. What was it doing? Yeah, exactly. Knowing when it's about to ding, like someone's you think about someone and they text you. Like, yes, of course, some people, it can inhibit your gifts, because if it controls you and convinces you that it's them that does it, of course, but you can also use it as a tool, Just in your dream? Revolution now, girl style. Unless Kathleen Hanna's actually a TERF. I think it's really ironic how everyone's like, sex work is work, and it's radical feminism and freedom of choice and inherently punk, right? But then people turn around and be like, hey, Kathleen Hanna's fake as fuck because she was a sex worker and a stripper and she's pretty, and that's the only reason that she was successful in punk. And it's like, listen, if she's a TERF, she's a TERF, and I'll let it go. But so far, not enough evidence to prove that she is, and most of the hatred around her seems to stem from the fact that she was a stripper. And I find that very ironic because there's something very inherently punk about sex work, and then you want to complain that that's the only reason she was successful. Same with Courtney Love. Is that not the punkest fucking move you can make as a woman? I don't know. I thought that we all, you know, knew that or thought that as feminists or whatever. But again, if she's a TERF, let it go. But that's kind of where I'm at with that. Anyway, kind of engaging with y'all now, feeling better. There was just a lot of those messages need to come out, and that's why I guess Spirit was getting stern through me, but also the PMDD, and I was like, I should smoke more weed before I really choose somebody out, because I've been wanting to do that all day. I've been like mentally wanting to pick fights with people and be like, I should just text them right now and confront them about this. And I'm like, girl, why are you trying to start yourself a fight right now? Just sit down. Like I'm kind of aggro, but I'm keeping it curbed because I have raging hormones inside of me that wants me to stand up for myself. You were on my list. Don't make me bring this up right now. Like, no, literally, I was like cleaning and I was like, I feel great. You know what? I could really cuss somebody out right now. I could really stand up for myself and tell them what I really think. And then I just choose not to because I'm like, you're being kind of hormonal in this moment. You should slow your roll. Maybe think twice about what you're going to say, how and when you'll say it, and in what way you're going to approach that instead of just randomly approaching people with anger. Can't say I avoided it all week, but I did avoid it today. So very good for me. Okay, hello, if you're just tuning in. We're amidst some sort of reading here with these cards. Dream world, very much. We talk about astral projection, and I feel like at this point in the conversation it was kind of about that until we sideswiped into my personal feelings and mood right now. But this deck is definitely about guidance for your shadow signs. Okay, so like it might not be the best points of your character, but the points that need the most help that you'll find you resonate with on this channel or during this deck and during this reading. Okay, so we have the Eight of Swords here, and I really like this card, and I always think that looks like a snake, but it's owls and clouds, but I think it looks like a coiled snake as well, so it's like seeing, oh my god, I kind of forgot this makeup was on. Just want to like itch it off. Seeing things, from the mole's hole view rather than the bird's eye view, looking up, looking out, and seeing everything from the foundation to the very heart and center of it all. Okay, and once again, being guided, letting your shadow be guided, letting the light shine in the darkness as a way to lead you down any path, whether you can see it or not. We have the Four of Cups, which does kind of give me this downfall energy. I don't think that's typical of Four of Cups necessarily, but this does seem sort of like a catatonic state in a sense, or somehow, like a sleep paralysis if we're talking dreams. But definitely a downturn or spiral kind of energy is coming to mind. But there's something keeping you from that happening, but it is teetering on its side where you may not have it for long. So you need to figure out how to avoid kind of falling again when this thing gets pulled away from you. And Three of Pentacles. So it could be that you have a third stream of income that's keeping you afloat. So you've been spending extra money, but then all of a sudden you lose that third stream of income or something. And you're like, damn, that spending money is gone. There's something like that. Or it could be like a third roommate and someone's like, I'm going to move out. And you're like, damn, I don't know if I was financially prepared for that. There's something where it's working now, but if there were to be a change, which it seems like there might be, you could fall out of balance and take things partially hard. Or something like it might affect you even if you can manage. You'll be like, oh, fuck. And you might just have a bad mind about it, or it'll put you in a state of fear that causes sort of like a flashback PTSD surrender to this news of like you gotta go or whatever. Okay. Bad news for you. Is it really so early in the morning that you know you really woke up in the middle of the night, put this shit on? Can't stop thinking. Emperor and Six of Pentacles. Just hoping by Aries season things will all work out for you. Knight of Swords kind of came out of nowhere. I don't know where I just picked that up from. It's time to take action. This is the point you're at where you wake up in the middle of the night. It's midnight, it's 2 a.m., it's 4 in the goddamn morning, and you're just waking up, and you're like, I need to hear a message. I need to hear something. I need to be, like, waking up from a dream. That's probably why you ended up on here, because I'm using my dream deck right now. Then you got it real bad, and it's time to take action about it. You cannot just be self-pitying, saying, oh, poor me, I can't sleep at night. I don't know what to do. I'm confused. Well, you're confused because you're not asking questions, you're not communicating, and you're not willing to find solutions to these problems, but rather seek answers to your random questions, right? If you're just asking questions, then there's no use, because what you need is to find solutions. It's time to take action. That's what that Knight of Swords is. The Fool at the top of the deck, Journey. Just a reminder. Yeah. And justice must be served. If you wish to see your good karma, then justice must be served. And you know justice relies in your hand at this point. You've always known that. The Magician. You've always known that. You need to make right what you've done wrong. Ace of Swords. The knowledge has come through. You've gotten the information. If you want this union, if you want this song to be sung, if you want this dance to be done, Ace of Pentacles, if you want to secure this bag, then you've got to take that action. No mistake. Especially feeling like air energy with the Magician and the Ace of Swords. Yeah. Kind of ties back to what we were talking about outside the cards too, and that's what I love about my readings and about these decks and why I do general readings, is because we do need to start thinking as a collective and come together as communities and not still think of ourselves as individuals or put our individual needs above the needs of the group anymore. I'm done with it. Have you watched these fucking shows y'all watch about apocalyptic times? You think that shit lasts to be selfish, right? No. And you're like, well, all these communities get taken down, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and the lone survivors still need a place to go every single motherfucking time. So it's always worth it. 10 of Cups. It's always worth it to come together and let everyone shine and be a part of something. It is always worth it to find that happiness. You don't have to follow your bliss, because ignorance is bliss, right? And it's great to chase, but you don't want to be chasing dragons or pavements or whatever kind of empty roads you got going, right? But 10 of Cups, when it all comes together and you find what truly makes you, you, and therefore how to make you happy because you know yourself well enough to know how, that's when it comes in. That's when you get this knowledge and solutions. Knight of Cups, the emotions, water energy, Pisces season, masculine, water, feminine. So masculine, feminine, water sign, male, etc. Parental figure, father figure. Face down cards here. We've got the Six of Swords and the Ten of Pentacles. If you put in some work, you get a lot of reward. If you put in some work, you get a lot of reward. Kind of sounds wrong, doesn't it? And I put in so much work to everything that I do that I'm like, damn, it don't come if I do or don't. People just don't fuck with me. And I got to get rid of that mentality and say, I need to find the people who do fuck with me. Because that's been a trip to realize how deeply into the core people just dislike me, disagree with me, and still want more. it's kind of an obsessive behavior that I can't get behind, understand, fathom, or know why you wouldn't want to sit down and listen, but instead sit down and kind of plan your revenge on somebody who didn't do nothing to you. On somebody who didn't do nothing to you. Where's this accent coming from? This happened the other night. You think you're going to keep coming on here and getting away with this shit? Who the fuck is that? Why the fuck do I keep talking in an accent when they come on here? Who the fuck is out here trying to fucking plot their revenge? Like the fucking stupidest bitches. That's it. I'm sorry to say that. Like copying me, you look stupid. You know? You got a fucking southern accent being in Arizona, but you're from somewhere else. Right? I don't know. But it's some stupid bitches that come on here and they try to talk their shit and they try to copy this and that. They try to mock me, mock people, make fun of people. The fuck? Your ancestors are disappointed in you for it. Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember. Whatever that is, your ancestors are disappointed in you because you're sour sport, bad spirit, and a no good, whatever. Okay, I think they left. I think they left. Literally, sorry, but the count just went down and the accent went away. So, whatever I was saying, on point. They got embarrassed. They skedaddled. Okay. Think I don't fucking know. So 6 of Swords, you put in a little bit of effort, you get a lot of reward. 6 of Swords and 10 of Discs. Pentacles. So you just keep going along that river, you keep swimming, and all of a sudden, look, y'all all be pollinating. Okay? Love that. Face down cards, what's the blockage right now? I'm hearing the gash, you know? Kind of like Flaming Lips Softball. It's in 1999, track 8. I think probably track 8, maybe track 9. The gash. Definitely sounds offensive. Definitely sounds like, are you talking about my vagina when you say that? Because the gash in my leg is why I've stopped. I bleed a lot. Fuck off. I'm literally mental because of my goddamn period. The gash in my leg is 100% of my problems. Fuck you for even saying it. Bunch of fucking bags of dicks, because as far as I'm concerned, there's never been a woman in that band, so how dare you talk about a gash? Like, the fuck? I don't even know if that's what they meant, but that's just energy that came up right now. Queen of Pentacles. Earth energy, but the cow is so blissful. We love that. Very bountiful, very beautiful. You know, the only reason that humans can actually ever digest milk past the age of like 2 or 3, when they start to wean off their mother's milk, is because of genetic mutations passed along from different groups of people around the world who had to rely on cows' stomachs to filter bad crops and bad water during times of famine and droughts, because it was the only thing that could filter the bacteria or viruses that would take over the crops. And so people became accustomed to and immune to cow's milk as a necessity. And now people think it's weird to be lactose intolerant, or like we think of that as the issue. And no, you weren't supposed to really be drinking milk. It originated in, there was a Scandinavian country where this happened, and then like in West Africa somewhere as well. Those were like the 2 places in the world where we can originate or trace back to when people started drinking cow's milk. Yeah, you just probably don't have the gene, the adapted gene that allows you to digest milk. You're not supposed to. And you likely would be from West Africa, or I can't remember. I want to say Sweden, but I don't remember. I really think it's Sweden, though. I had to take a multiple choice test on a video I watched about this in a biology class, and it was definitely like, I don't know, West Africa probably could be more specific, but I don't know if they had the origins entirely, and then the other one was like either Norway, Sweden, like a Scandinavian country. I feel like the answer was Sweden, even though like I said Norway. I don't know. I'm picturing it, right? So, oh man, I love caramel color. I love caramel. I can't help it. I'm drinking a Coke right now. Like, I do not give a fuck. Yes. And once again, to protect from poisoned crops and contaminated water, which is really clever, but also it's like not what now we poison the milk, so way to have something super effective and just destroy it. That's great. Ace of Wands. Wait, what did you say about the gash thing, by the way? Because I just kept talking, but it was really funny. Grendel type hateful shit, not on my level. Gash in your leg. Like again, I don't know if that was meant to be a metaphor, but it kind of seems like it. Because I noticed all the others, though they're gashed, they're still going. It does sound like a dick thing to say from a bunch of dudes saying it. Agreed. But what's Grendel? That's what I am stuck on. LOL. Whoa. Interesting. That reminds me of the thing that I was talking about with the finger. Not to be creepy. Yeah, I see. Okay. Interesting. Anyway, that's funny. So Ace of Wands, once you start taking action, letting the knowledge come through, then you lead with emotions and start building and start seeing things anew, kind of. Like this just to me is like building. Look at all like the webs, but then these little weird windows and shit. Like this is such a beautiful card to me. So is this Queen of Pentacles. All of these cards are really beautiful, honestly. We got Two of Pentacles, which definitely represents change in most decks, and this I see it too with the shifting dolphins, kind of the yin yang effect. Very beautiful. Seeing like the silver and gold and all the shadows moving, and it's sort of about coming into balance with what's in front of you while also knowing that there's still these like work to do behind the scenes or in the shadows, so to speak. So yeah, it just seems like overall you wonder why like there's a hatred towards men, and it's like because they've done all of that. It's like it was all them who decided these things about women and then like made us suffer for it for like centuries and shit. Try to have total control over us and then mock and criticize every single way we try to gain control because it's been this like, you know, kind of endless, tireless battle. Eight of Pentacles, stay true to self. Cooperate with the hive. Definitely go and put in the work and focus on the community once again is definitely a theme because that is how to have a successful revolution is to be able to work together, organize, compromise, and understand like what you actually are fighting for and what the goals are because you can't just have these selfish, messy, sideways goals that just don't achieve anything or change anything because it's all about progress at this point in time and this point in history and this point on the timeline for the rest of history, for the rest of the future, right? Like we have to be a little more specific, and once again, they are manifesting a reality in which all of us suffer and they don't. One on a time. So we need to be more conscientious and start to include our fellow man. It's about solidarity. You act like we're not all working class citizens regardless of your job, right? Like it's heartbreaking to realize that maybe you've been the enemy this whole time, but there's always time to change that and come to the dark side. We do not have cookies, we have black coffee. Grow the fuck up a little bit, right? That's the whole point. Plant yourself in the garden and allow yourself to bloom. Make sure that everybody takes turns maintaining it too. Okay. Very beautiful. The world, it all works out in the end. Four of Wands, this union will happen. Knight of Cups. Whatever that means. Masculine coming in softly with feminine energy in order to kind of be aligned or in tune with where the feminine's been at, dude. Ace of Swords, finally putting in the effort, and Ten of Cups. Once again, it is worth it for the outcome, for the happiness when you work together and you cooperate with one another. Like a very beautiful tale to be told. And these are the ones we already went through, but the Fool and the Four of Cups really standing out. The journey may be hard and may leave you alone or lonely, but at the same time, it will be worth it in the end to realize that that is your bliss and that you should have chased after it a lot sooner than you did. The world is waiting, and it's like the greatest story ever told, you know? Very beautiful. Because it's yours. Wake up to find out that you are the eyes of the world. The heart has... No, we already talked about this. I don't know if I know the words. King of Swords. Emphasis on taking action, but also using your wise mind to decide what those actions will be. It's not about being calculated to the point of manipulation, but definitely knowing that you'll have the confidence because you've thought about this and you know what you're going to say and do. And even if things don't go your way, you can adjust and be adaptable. That's very big air energy, is to be adaptable. Okay. Three of Cups, party time, about to be the end of the year. And I turn this upside down. Hermit mode coming out of position. Hermit mode in reverse, about to be stepping out again. It's about to be about relying on others and trusting others and learning from other people. I'm coming out and being social. The springtime is going to feel really good. Maybe letting go of a Virgo. It's going to get better. You are going to kind of like get yourself out of the clutches of someone who really held you down for a long time. That's like a beautiful thing. You have to have a goal in mind, right? Eight of Cups. You have to know where you want to go if you want to end up there at all, or somewhere very close. Okay. Yep. Four of Pentacles. Go plant your seeds and wander. Okay. People are fucking up in your business though. There are people up in your motherfucking business. People up in your business. But Two of Swords, Peace Frog. Jim Morrison's like, fuck 'em. The haters are the best part. Mwah, except for the leather pads and all the sex and that stuff. Jim Morrison. Judgment. Let them judge. If you don't use judgment, then you're not putting up boundaries, nor are you giving yourself a fighting chance. I didn't realize the pre-roll ads timer also went off, so let's roll those and leave this on the Knight of Pentacles. Think money trees. I'll be right back because, yeah, sorry if the ads are already rolling. LOL. I don't know why I find it like so unsurprising that like someone who was just drunk would be like, yeah, slurp it up. It's all about the slurping. Like, dude, I'm more into LARPing. I don't know what to tell you. I do not. And again, I'm sorry. It was a fitting quote, and like it is funny, but I just have never. I tried to read like Breakfast of Champions, and I liked it less than Breakfast at Tiffany's, and I don't even know if I finished that movie. I like, you know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Kurt Vonnegut's not my dude, but it took me a really long time to appreciate Hunter S. Thompson. So, and which is weird, right? Because like I literally spot the difference. I have more hair. I can't even fathom how I would not like that dude, but I didn't for like the last 15 years. I was like, he's okay, but his writing's just not on par with even his own contenders like Ken Kesey. Had a better way with words, but his style and his personality was the essence of the writing. And I don't get either from Kurt Vonnegut. Thanks. It's a little more, yeah, no, this is pretty much what it looks like IRL. Usually the light is deceiving, but I don't really love it right now. It actually looks better, probably in this lighting. It's gonna get crazy over here. It's gonna become very unnatural, but yeah, well, writers are definitely assholes, and a lot of them are alcoholics. I find that alcohol hinders my writing for sure. So I can't really get down with like the big drunks like Kurt Vonnegut. I mean, at least do interesting drugs like the other ones that I mentioned, right? Like I'm into that. So Ernest Hemingway is kind of he's okay. People like that. So yeah, Knight of Pentacles. Sleep on it. Let it grow. Let it grow. I am like that Grateful Dead song. Let it grow. What shall we call it by your name? That's what I'm saying. It was actually the perfect quote to put there. What's really neat right now? Oh, my hair. Yeah, it's definitely flattered in this lighting. What shall we say? What shall we call it by your name? Okay, so we've got the Lovers, Gemini energy, Death, Scorpio energy, ending, taking things elsewhere. Could be a breakup. This could be about a breakup. It could be about a decision to end something, though, regardless if it's romantic or not. Page of Swords, there might be some kind of interference, whether it's coming from an actual person or life itself. Ten of Wands might become or prove itself to be a more challenging situation than you thought. But Nine of Cups, ultimately, it does pay off, and it is worth it, and it's everything that you need it to be. Yes. Yes. I agree, and I think Khan Academy is another, no one sponsors me, but if y'all do not already know about Khan Academy, you need to. This is how I discovered that I'm actually really fucking good at algebra and algebra 2 and stuff like that, like numbers. I've always been good at problem solving, and I always knew that, but being able to educate myself for free and learn for free is, I don't know if this is the right site. It might be, I think it's maybe .org. It allowed me to explore, it is .org, so don't click that link. I don't think it'll take you anywhere, but it's .org. So it's free educational program, and it's a good study guide. It's a good refresher. Like I said, if I ever am going back to school, which I've done several times in my life, I always start with Khan Academy to make sure I'm a little caught up in certain subjects. It's great. It's better for kids elementary, but they do have some college courses and a lot of like high school math and stuff like that, and just general history, more nondescript ages lessons and stuff. So Khan Academy is like such a blessing, and that is how education becomes a revolution, because when you make that level of education free for people and you give open access to those kinds of tools, like you literally become the leaders of the revolution. Sal Khan is leading the educational revolution, you know? Like, very, very beautiful. 1, 2, 3. By the way, the time is very cute, so. Right. Khan Academy is lit. I love it. Again, it made me realize I was good at math, and I actually do enjoy algebra. That's why when I was recently, when I was doing those paintings and I showed you, I just had like pages and pages of math. It was just me pleasurably doing Khan Academy problems and reteaching myself all these things that I didn't care about in high school and middle school when I started. Seven of Swords in reverse. So this is futility in the Thoth deck. So seeing it in reverse is kind of like your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Your efforts have been worth it. Your efforts are actually very much working. Knight of Pentacles. You might be suspicious of some kind of gold digging energy, or there might be gold digging energy around you, some kind of sleuthing, but there is gold to be found, and that's sort of the resounding message here. We got Ace of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune. You gotta secure the bag with the Queen of Pentacles, like ASAP, or you will not get it. It will fly away so fucking fast. You think you're the only one looking? Yeah, right. Take it or pass. Everybody thinks you pass, so, do it or don't, but you're gonna miss your opportunity, and only you will regret it, no one else. What shall we say? What shall we call it by your name? Hierophant and the Magician. If it's Taurus that you want, it's Taurus that you get, but you gotta put in work, 'cause you ain't had it yet. Oh, what's that about, huh? You still got doubts, huh? Shoot. 5 of Wands. Feeling is mutual, my friend. Nobody gives a fuck. And yet, here you are watching. Isn't that interesting? Yep. And yeah, the coding and stuff on Khan Academy. Yes. Yeah, it was, it's very advanced. They do a lot of competitions and stuff. It's very cool. It was too much. I couldn't really teach that to myself, but it was very fun to try the very basics, and I have a lot of respect for people doing it, Love, love, love Khan Academy. Two of Wands, once again, getting out of these oppressive states of mind, these oppressive habits. Mother energy, dive deep, go back to the mother wounds and to be lost at sea. The moon, Pisces energy, it is Pisces season, clearing out. Digging through the trash, are you? Kind of pathetic. Just kidding. There's nothing wrong with a good dumpster dive. We never judge, right? But yeah, it's howling at you. You hear the song. You want to sing, but everything feels so fucking empty. And it's because you're one lone wolf howling at the moon based on your own mistakes or what you miscalculated for you. Again, it's the Hierophant and the Magician. If it's what you want, then you need to get it. 10 of Swords, you have to stop letting it oppress you. You have to stop crying out and letting it affect you, and it ruins other things. 6 of Pentacles, there will be success if you just go on your own journey and follow your own path to safety. 10 of Cups, follow that bliss. It keeps coming up in 9 of Cups right here in the Peacock. That's the album. Take your time coming home, hit the wheels as they roll. Let your lungs fill up with smoke, forgive everyone. And then this. King of Cups in reverse. Good. Stay away. Be gone. Move on. I don't think I've been misled. It was a rock and roll band. I'm still standing. Take your time coming home. Seven of Wands. We're in the fucking classroom tonight. Bye. 6 of Wands. Yeah, there's no pull for me to do anything. I'll leave these cards out. What are y'all thinking? I'm gonna keep it in tarot mode, but I am gonna, like, if you want to know something, we're celebrating the end of the year. We got like another 2 weeks before Pisces season finishes. Um, yeah, like the 21st, I guess is the Aries season starts. It's warm right now, so I'm heating up. This is crazy how I immediately jumped into the reading. I've been basically shuffling up these cards for an hour and a half straight, almost. Like, that's very rare of me to do lately, but of course, starving ourselves of the cards and like not paying as much attention to the tarot and taking breaks, especially at this time where the new year's closing out, is like right on point, right on time. Okay, so what do you want to know? What do you want to do? Should we pick a new deck? Does anybody have any requests? Pre-rolls are good for another 48 minutes. Like, I don't know. I got my whiteboard somewhere back here. If we want to draw something, if you have any of that kind of questions, we can go to chat mode and alleviate the stress. I'm feeling like there's a lot coming through tonight, and I'm feeling like preacher teacher. Granted, I'm like in an angry mood and very aggro and like do not disturb mode, but still willing to speak on it, I guess. And that's kind of a silly notion, but at the same time, sometimes these are the more effective lessons because it's that tough love energy that sometimes people need to focus, which sounds terrible, but it's the way we're bred and raised, you know? That's what I'm saying. This deck feels like it could take a break, but I'm not putting it away because I actually have a personal reading to do after this. Remember, if you ever do want a personal reading, my books are open. My rates are very high, and that's why I don't just do free personal card pulls on a fucking stream. It's very general energy, and a lot of times it is concerned with people or about my own storylines because that is what comes up at times when there is just a general vibe and we're on the channel. But it's also just to kind of show you how it works and who I am and how, well, the accuracy, I guess. But you can book your own personal reading if you ever want to do that. And there's so many decks to choose from. So, yeah. It just kind of feels like I hit a pause. Not even a wall, but a pause. King of Wands. King of Wands. Watching, tuned in. Yeah. So, what's up? Also, while you're there, even if you don't want to book a site or see my rates or any of that stuff, you can become a member and access the forums, and you can see some of the conversations we have when we're not on the stream, because we do like to discuss these things in our own free time, not just when we join in the middle of the night. So, once again, kind of an open floor. I don't know that I want to get out of the realm of kind of like spirituality right now, or like I don't want to completely halt the tarot and shift the conversation too much into chat mode and then regret not being able to get back in. But that was just like, again, a straight hour and a half. I pretty much picked up the cards immediately upon starting the stream. So maybe it would be a good idea to take like a tarot break and chat for a minute and then keep going unless somebody has a deck in mind or something. Because personally, I don't. I'm okay with whatever. Whatever we want to do. Whatever we came to do. Whatever we gotta do. Then we'll do it. Which oracle? Halloween oracle? Are you just like saying oracle like a vague kind of guess thing, or you recall a deck that you like of mine? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we got the Demon Oracle, the Halloween Oracle, the Dream Oracle is already out, and those are my only Oracle decks. Anything else I would consider tarot? No, we can go with the Oracle. Which one? Okay, so this is going to be about karmic relationships and work stuff. Work advice, financial woes, but also karmic connections, which can definitely appear in people like your coworkers. or other like relationships that you have that are meant to challenge and teach you something that aren't always really fighter of the night, man. Oh, champion of the sun. Oh, you're a master of karate and friendship for everyone. These cats fighting. Witching hours upon us. Not getting much from the demons right now. It might be the cat energy, though. The oracle is like, how dare you not put me away when you pull out demons? Okay, they just want to play, bro. Goddamn. Some people are so rude. Judge my demons. They won't bother you if you don't bother them, but if you bother them, they'll bother you. It's very easy. It's my table anyway. I get to decide. This deck feels different. It's been a minute since it's been a minute since I used it. Well, Valentine's Day. I don't know. They feel different in a good way. It's almost like we've cleared out a lot of karmic connections from, once again, this last decade. And we're learning to heal some of those connections, and also probably going to take on new karma and maybe meet people who aren't necessarily bad to us, but still meant to teach us these karmic lessons. And the more we level up and the more we learn and the more we complete our cycles, the better off we'll be and the more rewarded that we will feel and see. Yeah, this deck feels fluffier. It's nice. It's really nice. It's a good feeling. Healing some of those karmic connections. Love it. Okay, so we see Azazel at the bottom of the deck, the scapegoat. Okay. And then I guess we'll keep these are more in the future. These are for right now. Bottom of the deck is Azazel, so let's go. Starting with Azazel. Shout out, nephew. Beware of looking for someone to blame in situations with no one person is responsible. Focus on fairness and offering equal praise for success as blame for mistakes. Remember not just to be righteous, but to be kind. Okay, moving on. We've got 3 demons on top of the sideways demon card, so we'll see what that is being revealed. This is some of the challenges that we're going to face before we get to making a decision for ourselves, basically. Love that. Cerberus, I always say that wrong. I think I'm right, though. Cerberus. Focus on humility and finding comfort within means instead of wanting beyond budget. Stop trying to keep up with the Joneses. They aren't real people and they have infinite money. It's like the Kardashians. It's nothing. No, there's nothing there. It's all hollow. There's no reason to try to impress people who will forget about you shortly after you die. Roanoke, focus on persuasive arguments and intelligent debate. Stop dismissing people or shutting down conversations that can benefit you in the long run. Some things are meant to change your mind. Sometimes you are meant to be more flexible. Come on now. Kind of got to stay open. Zabos. XYZ. Very end. Focus on romance and comfort. Stop putting your love life off. It's time to actually let that be on the front burner. Oh my god, I love how I didn't know that, but that's like kind of what I was saying. Cerberus. Right? Cerberus. No, I don't remember what I said already. Anyway, we got Oribus on its side, so let's see what needs to be decided here. I just got this whiff of chalk. I don't know if one of you are a teacher or something. Like classic chalk smell could be related to sports chalk. But I just got like an inhalation of chalk. Almost like when you're dusting the erasers. I fucking love doing that shit. Focus on honesty with ourselves and with others on its side. So you might be deciding whether or not to tell somebody something, and I think ultimately the truth will set you free. Honesty is number one, but you are hesitant to tell someone something, tell someone how you feel, or tell them what happened or what you did or whatever. This is going to hold you back, and you're going to be presented with more and more challenges the longer you keep this a secret and the longer you avoid this. So you need to come clean and come forward and everything like that. And then once you do, over here, I forgot about these. Over here, we're starting with Abraxas. Okay. This is like once you take care of the situation at hand, this is kind of like a glance into the aftermath. Abraxas. Beware of lies, of omissions, and hidden truth. Yeah, so karma. You lied to someone, someone's going to lie to you. And what are you going to do? Because remember how long you kept this secret that you're still keeping? And then you want to get mad the next time? Well, that's the challenge. You better be able to learn to forgive a lot quicker if you expect people to keep forgiving you for your bullshit. Gary's is up next. Focus on direction and guidance, bringing allies and helpful items closer and pushing enemies and destructive influences away. Okay? It's time to make boundaries. It's time like you will learn how to assert yourself and you will learn how to take space for whomsoever needs it. And you'll know how to definitely stand up for yourself more. The more honest you get with others, the more honest you can be with yourself, and therefore the more capable you are of handling things to and for yourself. Garuda. Focus on patience and perseverance in difficult situations and on repaying those who help to attain goals, right? So again, whoever had patience for you as you went through this, who forgave you when you lied and blah, 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 who you could trust and who was by your side, it'll come back and you'll have your opportunity to kind of not only pay it forward, but pay it directly back to them. We got Skoggs. Beware of charmers and con artists, those who attempt to get close for their own personal gain. So when you do start to see your life working out more, of course, it's going to attract leeches. It's going to attract people who want you for your money, for your fame, for your looks, for your gains, for your whatever it is, because they want something on their plate. And listen, those people are hungry. Those people are starving. They are like, they need something that they don't have themselves, can't provide themselves, can't find anywhere else, and they want to come get it from you. And whether or not you give people a serving and you let them eat at your table is up to you. And you have to reckon with the fact that some people that you might need to turn away, or ultimately that you have or will turn away, were never supposed to be there in the first place. Not everyone is going to have honest intentions. Not everyone is going to be who they say they are. And you're going to be able to discern better and better the more you're honest with the people that do matter. None of this relationships built on lies or hidden feelings, hidden secrets. Like, that's, yeah. Love that. I don't really want to read many more of these. Cacrinolas is about finding out information about someone and not using it to your advantage or to hold it against them. So, if you're spying on me, at least be kind, be honest. Hey, I've been trying to get to know you via stream and long distance, and I know it sounds kind of creepy, but I was a little overwhelmed with how I was feeling. So, of course, I lurked in the shadows, and instead of saying anything, I just pretended like you didn't know I was there, even though you were constantly calling me out, and it was really kind of uncomfortable, but at the same time, I put myself in that position, so now I'm coming clean about it and admitting that, yes, I've been listening, of course, yes. I can't even come up with the words to say about how good you are at what you do. Yeah? Yeah. Thanks. See how that could sound okay if you're just honest about it, right? Something like that. It doesn't have to be me and you personally. You know, well, sometimes it wasn't you, right? Sometimes I think when it was more like a, it was you, but some of the more serious is not ever really usually you. And if you feel personally attacked, then you got something else to address. Because there's very rare times I sense you and you're not there, because usually you just speak up and say you are. But yeah, just that kind of energy of like, just telling people, you know, you got a crush at the office or you like fucking follow somebody home or I hope not. But if you like started going somewhere because someone, it's time you fess up before it gets too creepy and they start to catch on and like are frightened by you. Okay. It's like that kind of thing. Okay. I think that's good with those messages. Yeah. Obsessive thoughts is very karmic because it's like, why are you obsessed? What's got you kind of like stuck on that or whatever? Is probably a karmic lesson waiting to happen or something that's meant to show you or teach you how to do something that you were not once capable of doing or thought you weren't ready to do. It's like, well, time to face it, you know, where it's like, yeah, some stuff is on your mind for a reason. These two fell out face down, so I might read those, but then it seems like a slippery slope. Let me see what they are. Oh, there's so many. Yeah, no. Zybos and Azazel again, Lucifer in reverse, and Lamia. So really Lamia's the only one that wasn't there, but I just can't get into them right now. I need to put these away. Makes sense. That makes sense. I had a karmic Virgo thing, too. You don't not remind me of that person, I suppose. I could see it. Very contrasting but alluring energies. A comfort of some semblance of familiarity and some level of chemistry to a degree, but then like ultimately fundamentally perhaps unaligned in some way, shape, form, or like whatever. Typical and karmic. Sometimes your best ideas come when you're not really thinking about it. Good night, my little cuties and beauties. Okay, that was fun. That was a fun little reading. Don't let them stay on too long. You were here first when it comes to Twitch, I'm sure. I'm pretty new. So, I'll give you that. Okay. Good. Good for you. Maybe now we shall take a little tarot break and go back to the chat mode. Just kind of chit chat a little bit. But, like, I'd be willing. No. I'd be willing to bet. Just kidding. Yeah, so let's roll some ads, get back into the chat, because I should probably take a break from the cards. It's been like almost 2 straight hours of tarot. But right. I very rarely kind of feel like the draw or the need to do lengthy readings like that anymore. So it did feel good. And I hope anybody got anything out of it, because I think I did, if no one else. But y'all were tuned in, so I hope it was like pleasant for you as well. Okay? Let's do like 3 minutes, reconvene, see how we're feeling, chit chat a little bit about anything, open floor communication once again, and not me being a bitch. So, get back to you in 180 seconds. Right? Thank you for the follow. I'm taking a break from tarot at this moment, so I was just reading cards for like an hour and a half. The pink box is always going to indicate that we're in chat mode, so feel free to ask any questions. And when it's turquoise, you'll know we're in tarot mode, where I prefer no interruptions, so now is a good time to ask. And welcome. It's kind of a vibe around here, even if I'm a little low energy at times. Pardon me. I remember that, Cass. You've barely dated. Yeah, that's the thing. The universe wants you to actually put an effort and try and learn some of the lessons before you be like, okay, this is what I want. And then they give it to you. But, like, if you don't really know, how do you know without exploring a little? What is your Venus in? Because mine is in Aries and I'm like that. Oh, but yours would be, it's, well, no, I don't know. Yeah, you should find out. Cool. That's weird. Such a different kind of energy than we've got over here, you know? I'm like the opposite. I'm like, don't offer people shit on my channel. No, I'm just kidding. I don't mind when people get intuitive messages and share them with one another by any means. It's like, I think very enjoyable. What are you gonna do? You can't just trust every rando on the internet. You know, you're just at that age too. It's a great time to explore a little bit and see if you do fall in love and what it would feel like or look like for you, right? And once again, just experience. I'm very into the experience of everything. And some people were meant to know in passing. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. Yo, low key, I might be a little tired. It's hard to tell where it's like, man, do I have more messages to channel or am I like just exhausted? I kept it pretty low key today. I was hoping to stay up until the wee hours of the morning and then like do shit after I streamed, and tonight I'm like, damn, I'm barely 2 hours in and I'm ready to fucking clock. There's no way. Might just be more messages. I get that chalk smell again. Who's got erasers? Yeah, that's so true. Let your friends set the standards. Let anyone set the standards of, you know, how you should be treated or how you should feel or what you deserve, right? That is real. I wonder if I just need like a break. I don't know. I can't tell. I don't think that I'd actually sleep right now. But I feel so sleepy. It might be because I'm smoking extra weed just to like stay in the calm zone and be in like the mellow lane. But also like maybe just generally drained, or yeah, this time of month is always like this for me. Period's gonna start at any given moment. It's exhausting. I probably fucking will start bleeding as soon as I fall asleep is the thing. And that's sometimes why I get exhausted. I don't know what you mean by conflicting bullshit. Silly. Y'all are not too far from each other. You're in the same time zone. No, you're not in the same time zone. But Arizona doesn't do daylight savings, so twice a year you are in the same time zone. Half the year you're in the same time zone. What do I mean by what? That I'm sleepy? I don't know. That I'm gonna start bleeding? Oh my god, it's snowing in Cali. Yeah, it's like massively snowing here. And it hurts, man. I think that's why I'm so tired today. I'm with that, yeah. And people have kind of thought the same thing of me. I'm stretching a little bit. I don't really yeah, I didn't plan on going to bed right now. I actually really plan to stream for the next 2 hours and then plan to do things after that. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I'm so tired in this moment. If you're just tuning in, hello. I'm not doing tarot at this moment, but I was doing tarot earlier. I might break into the cards again. If you see this pink box in the chat here, it means we're just in chat mode, so feel free to ask any questions. And when it's turquoise, you'll know that there's like a reading in progress. All my readings are general though, so stick around if you want to. Ask any questions you need to, or float on if that's the way it's meant to. Okay. But yeah, I think my regular cycles definitely provide enough pain that when the snow and cold comes, it just aches and aches and aches. And there's almost no relief because it's not as simple as taking like an Advil, for that deep chill of winter's cold and the pressure of the air. I'm told it's very intense. Maybe we'll get into some poetry and stuff. No, yeah, I mean, I do too, for sure. Fucking hurts. But, like I said, I'm always hurting at this time, so then, like, to couple it with something like a fucking snowstorm is just, like, practically unbearable. Fuck no, I'm looking forward to having a French press in the morning. Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. Probably gonna wait till the evening. Yeah, sometimes turmeric fucks with my stomach too much to drink it. I used to have it heavily in my diet, and then I realized it was causing a lot of my kind of like intestinal problems because it can cause like inflammation in the dietary tract, whereas it helps a lot really topically from what I was reading about. Or just some people, you shouldn't do too much of it. Right, right. So it is kind of better as a topical treatment, but it's interesting you threw paprika in there because I have been using a lot of paprika lately. So that's good to know. Mmm. I have this THC lotion. I would want to like mix some turmeric in there. I'd be interested in that. Yeah, and the pressure from the cold, like especially if you live in these states like California and Arizona where it doesn't usually snow and you're not used to that kind of like intense pressure. Although I know you have other things like earthquakes and monsoons that probably hurt. Um, well, I'm saying I would use it as a lotion because turmeric is better topically for me because it destroys my insides. So I'm not gonna just keep doing it the same way. That wasn't working. That's what I was saying. Poetry. Yeah, thank you for being here. Merry evening. Yeah, and have some sweet dreaming. Love you so much, little orphanage. Um, I think I want to write a poem, y'all. I think I'm like, kind of like, again, I'm feeling almost sleepy. Exactly. Where it's just like, my body doesn't want to do this or fight this or feel this. And, yeah, I don't want a blood I don't think I want a blood thinner. I mean, I do have a lot of clots, but I don't think a blood thinner would just make me probably bleed more, and I don't want that. But it would probably help inflammation from the outside in, because I do have some turmeric, and it's like, again, I used to work it into all my food and really like the taste and think the health benefits, but it was destroying me, and I didn't realize it. So extra sleepiness, was planning on streaming for like the next 2 hours. Still drinking my Coke, but it's almost gone. I'm trying to hold on. Maybe, yeah, love ginger. Been eating a ton of ginger lately. No, probably not. Don't think that's gonna be happening. I think I probably know how to use this thing better than you do, no offense, but yes, got you. Thanks. Okay, so there's something very dreamy-like quality of the state of this read because we're all so sleepy and cold. And I think there's like this need to be cozy when it is snowing and when it is freezing and when it is just nasty outside. And like kind of just wanting to come together and be able to relax. Yeah, I'm kind of like I did. That's why I was like on the second one. I was literally trying to fight people all day. Like, no. That was me. Oh yeah? Well, why don't I just go pick a fight with somebody? For what? I don't know. Because it was bothering me. From when? I don't know. Don't want to talk about it. That's we're all kind of there, and this isn't really a very late time for any of us. Like, this is Insomniacs Anonymous. It's almost kind of early tonight for all of us to want to be tapping out, and I think Source is the only one who's like stuck being awake, if I'm not mistaken. Sucks for him. But it does seem like maybe an early night, and like I don't know if I exhausted myself with the tarot, or that's why we did the tarot early, is because we were all so tired towards the end of things. Right, like that's just so not like us. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You always quietly fade out anyways. I never know when you're actually here lurking or sleeping. Happy birthday, by the way. I don't remember when your birthday is, but it is Pisces season, and I don't recall ever saying happy birthday to you. So, yeah. Nice. I'll try to remember. I don't stream Wednesdays, but I know, Source, I know. And last night I was like pretending to not abandon you, and I did. I was like, yeah, no, I can't do it anymore. How old are you turning? 28? Weren't you in the 27 club? Didn't we talk about that? 27. Okay, so you're turning 27. Gotcha. That's what the anxiety's about. I wouldn't worry too much though, sweets. I think you'll be okay. Genuinely do believe that. It'll be a good year. I enjoyed 27, but I almost died at the same time. So maybe I'm not the one to come to for advice on that. Yeah, I'm gonna be 31 pretty soon, which honestly, turning 30 felt really kind of good in a way that I, for the first time, was feeling like totally about myself or like into myself, and feeling like stepping into who I am. Yeah. Yeah, I almost died a few times. It's normal, so true, but I almost really died when I was 27. But I think it's because I wanted to be in the club, and apparently I'm just not rock and roll enough, and that's okay. So turning 30 felt really badass and felt cool and felt like, yeah, I'm becoming myself. Turning 31, I'm like, oh, God, I don't know if I like this anymore. Not turning older, but who I am, where it's like, do I need to be doing something different? Do I need to be perceived in a better way? Do I need to be in better standings or better ground? It doesn't. Being 30 sounds very freeing. Being 31 does not have the same effect as being 21, you know? So that's very relatable. I like never had a fear of heights. Always actually quite liked heights between roller coasters, mountain hikes, and all just like being on playgrounds, suspending myself in air. I have always loved heights. And then I fell a few times. But after that 15-ish foot drop, I don't do well with heights anymore. I'd like to be more accommodated to them, but I'm glad that I was as adventurous as I was when I was younger. I was okay with being on rooftops and climbing ladders and doing all those fun things. I think it was definitely, oh man, yeah, that's so scary. I'm definitely glad that I was a bit more adventurous than I am now. I've definitely had some freaky falls in my dreams. It's relatable. Yo, when I was 19, okay, so it was my most psychedelic phase to date because I was still actually actively into drugs at the time, right? We were raving a lot. We were like dubstep hippie kids, but it was before Wooks were really Wooks, you know what I mean? I was like a hardcore deadhead, but I really liked dubstep because it was just a culture at the time, right? So there was this spot, we were in Michigan, there was this spot you would like drive a few exits down the freeway, you pull off at like 10 or whatever. And there was a fucking rock quarry. So there's this like crystal clear blue water and these like pits, these falls or whatever. And there was different like levels of access that you could go to. And so everybody would show up with their fucking pints and their weed and their bathing suits and like line up and just jump off these fuckers, right? And yeah, it's scary sometimes, you know? And so, yeah, again, 19, it was like private property, but it was also, I don't know, we weren't really supposed to be there, but for a long time it was kind of chill. Chain smoking Newports like all summer long. It was just like, it was a really beautiful time. It was very reckless, very irresponsible, but like that's part of being a teenager and having access to those kind of freedoms where we're driving cars and able to smoke and have access to these things and like, you know, avoiding getting in trouble or, you know, all that stuff. It's just like I'm really grateful to have had those experiences, even if I would never do something like that now. Um, and I remember the first time I went, and the only time I jumped off the highest cliff. That some people were doing it over and over again, like, "Hey, go off, kings! Like, by all means, do that shit." And there's like this, I don't know, shaped kind of like I just went to go run off of it. And my foot slid. It was kind of like exactly how you were saying, where there's like, because there was like a cliff and then this little step down piece, it's almost like you have to jump from here or commit to jumping from here. And I went to go jump from here and then kind of stumbled and took another step here and was like, I may have just fucked my shit up. But I made it into the water. And it was actually a lot of fun, but I was like, yo, that misstep was enough for me to not do that shit again. But there was like a shorter cliff that was still quite exhilarating to jump from. And I did that a few times more. I only went there a couple times, probably 3 or 4, but it was fun every time, and it did get shut down pretty quickly after. Some things get too loud. And it's sad that in the age of social media, those things can exist even less and less because people blow up the spot so quickly with the internet and they want to take pictures and brag about where they are without realizing the sanctity of secrecy. It's not about gatekeeping, it's about privacy. If you can see it, they can see it. Don't be a narc. Think twice before you post. Yeah, it was pretty scary. It was really scary, like thinking I was gonna hit my head or something, like whatever. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was such a different time. Now jumping is something that seems to be done against my will or whatever. Maybe we just needed to chill or had some energy vampires around because I'm feeling a little more awake. I don't know, maybe it was a passing storm cloud. Maybe the snow stopped. Maybe something. I don't know. Does anyone else feel like that invigoration moment? Or is it just me? You know, like now there's something more to this story that we need to hear before we go to bed. I think there may have been someone who was trying to just like drain us a little. Or there's just like, sorry, I think I need to pack something fresh, anyways. Little darling, stir it up. Thank you. I do feel protected. I do feel like y'all are here with me to witness it. You're not picking it up? That's good. I wasn't picking up anything in that instance, but I did feel like more awake, and there was 8 viewers and now there's 7. So I'm like, oh, was somebody exhausting me or just like desperate to connect? I don't know what that was about, or maybe I channeled something for them and they got their message and left, but I feel a lot more awake and energized, and I don't think it's because I took a sip of this Coke I've been drinking all night. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear one of the craziest things that I think I've ever thought. And me saying that is like, we all agreed, like, this is Insomniacs Anonymous. I'm not sure why I'm tired at midnight. It's barely witching hour, blah, 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 blah. They were just like passing out. They finally fell asleep. Yeah. We had to put them to sleep. It's kind of hilarious. But what did somebody just ask me or say? And I was like, the craziest thought. Oh, yeah, the death thing. I used to think, like, all right, you live every day, but you really only die once. And I have just always come up with, like, the most randomly creative, most unimaginably painful experiences of my death. Because I'm like, well, if I'm only going to do it one time, it might as well be the most epic way to die. So, like, top 3. Number 1, getting eaten alive by zombies. The ultimate pain and the ultimate suffering, but the ultimate surrender, right? 2, getting launched into space without an astronaut suit. Your lungs would freeze in like 10 seconds, so it ultimately wouldn't really be that painful because you wouldn't even have to kind of like suffer through freezing. And freezing would be the worst part. Your lungs would freeze first, so you wouldn't just suffocate instantly. You'd take one and be dead, basically. So it's not ultimately that painful, but I just thought my remains becoming a part of everything would be cool. Just let my dead body float. You know, maybe someone would be like, oh, we can reanimate this. That'd be fucking crazy. No, yeah, that's what I was saying is like the air hitting your lungs is the first thing that freezes in your body. That's what I've been told about space. Yeah, right? The one thing I never want to happen is drowning. Sounds terrible. Drowning sounds literally like the worst one because swimming is so much fun. But it's like, man, not this. Like, how many times? No way. I'd hate that. By the beach would be nice, though. Getting engulfed by the ocean sounds kind of sweet. Oddly enough, my release into outer space sounds cool, and yet, like, deep ocean. Okay, sorry, you're right. I told you it was one of the most fucked up thoughts that I've ever had. It was like thinking of painful ways to die, but yeah, if it was a zombie apocalypse and I just had nothing left in me, or if they just caught up to me, I don't think I would like, you know, I would be like, fuck it, and have like the most intense death. Love you, love you too. um, um, sorry. Keep waiting for what? It's like, yeah. Yeah, so I just thought, yes, in my life I've been as thrilling and fun and as many experiences as possible. And I thought the one last go of death should be just as extreme. Well, dealing with premenstrual dysphoria, I kind of deal with the intrusive thoughts monthly, and like, I kind of try to be as creative as imaginable because it hurts less than when it's just uncontrolled instead of guiding the thoughts. Because they come up with some really sick stuff. Yeah, really gruesome, violent stuff. I personally think it's the abductions, and that's what we all relate to. Is that we're just little experimentations, and whether or not you believe it's humans experimenting on us or aliens experimenting on us is sort of one and the same, and happening on both planes of reality and in multiple dimensions, really. Somehow we've made the chat less dark and more dark at the same time. Getting a little chilly. It's usually pretty cold down here, but I was heating up earlier. I'm hearing something like hiding in the footsteps. What have you got there? I don't know if it's like a musical that I've never heard or an actual song or just something someone's working on or just random thoughts. It's hard to tell anymore. Hiding in the footsteps. What have you got there? It's giving like D.D. from Dexter's Lab vibes. Yep. It's what most people say when they wake up after thinking they were dead. How do you mean? Voting for what? I don't vote, you're right. We've talked about this. The makeup is hella itchy today. It's probably especially because I haven't been wearing makeup the past week, simply because I didn't pack it from a little impromptu staycation due to the power outage of 2023. Oh, this weed today is fully good. And I'm like this, and you're like this, and I'm like this, and you're like this, and I'm like this, and you're like this. What do you think I am, Source? If you're an incarnate and you're referring to ascended masters, where do I fall on your scale? Whether it's Buddhism or personal belief and interpretation, besides being Bae. Okay, that seems like highest honors and biggest compliment. Isn't that the council? Yeah. Ancient deities. Aliens, right? Or no? That's very cool. The Mesopotamian era, which is funny because I was reading about that recently when I was restudying Khan Academy during, speaking of, and full circle moment, doing Khan Academy, I was reading about ancient Mesopotamian culture. Wow, I've gotten Ishtar before, actually. I think it's like there was a goddess book and my birthday was Ishtar because I'm a spring and she's like Easter. I think it was Ishtar. Maybe my birthday was something else, but Ishtar stands out. Isis is the bird, right? And of course, we love the Egyptian stuff. especially considering I might be Turkish. Ooh, Sophos. Um, Dude, I thought I had sleep apnea when I was a kid because it was like, I read it in one of those like magazines, Scholastic, maybe, little cutouts. And it was like, oh, when you don't breathe. And then I noticed like my respiratory breaths were so low and I was falling asleep. And I was like, is this sleep apnea? Like, am I not breathing when I sleep? Is that why I dream so much and can't fall asleep at night? And it's like, no, it's because you're literally nocturnal, okay? Good luck for the rest of your existence. I'm like, all right, let me just envision patterns and try to pass out. Wake up, get ready for school, realize it was a dream, have to wake up again and actually get ready for school, and all of a sudden you're late even though you live down the street because honestly, sleep problems, right? Doesn't matter if I'm 8. I'm a lucid dreamer since the start of my days. Pretty crazy. Kind of comes with having photographic memory. Gotta know how to use it. Gotta learn how to do it. It's time travel, baby. What doesn't go away? I got a little confused. Yeah, the river Styx. Whew, scary. Hot. Like lightning and lava at the same time. Sorry, it was so long ago at that point because of the slight delay in the chat that I literally did not remember. Got it. So you were like low key trying to make yourself stop breathing, is kind of what you were getting at. Yeah, I feel that. Suffocating yourself, more or less. Very sad, but yeah, sorry, smoking weed. Just like obsessively keeping the bong clean, feeling like I gotta blow my nose. Haven't needed to all night. Hope nobody's just on here doing cocaine, guys. It's definitely not my thing. La 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 la. I got like Khalees. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours. I can teach you, but I have to charge. Been there. Yeah, sometimes those unexplained passages of time can definitely be attributed to the extraterrestrial life. I love how people hate that whole way of thinking. Oh, definitely been there. Yeah, this is the beginning of the chambers, the introduction to the shadow side and getting acquainted with the other world, right? And the chosen few get to go over there and see things. So that's how you know you do have the gift of tarot. Is because you're willing to see that and get to know it, because no matter what it's rooted in for you or the reality, it's what we're all associated as, and you have to know what stigmas you face going into these things. And that's why it's trials and tribulations in order to do tarot. And people who don't go through that or can't handle going through that will never really do it or get paid to, you know. It's kind of important to be able to go through the motions, so to speak. Hmm. I've never done like a sleep study before, but I can't imagine what those people actually wanted from you, knowing that that's how they reacted to your reaction. I can like picture it. I feel like was that a dream I had or a movie I watched? Oh, like that one hurts. Oh my god. I feel like it had to be a movie, but or a show or something. No, maybe it was a dream. It was like a camp, and there was a bunch of machines, and it was all a REM study, REM sleep study. But then they were on the computers, and they dug deep into the. That sounds like the Matrix. Maybe I shouldn't even be talking about it. Maybe that's why it doesn't feel like a movie or a dream. In some dimension, you probably are. You practically do live the Hunger Games in this reality, though. If you're new here, I'm sorry, but I'm having premenstrual dysphoria week because my period's going to start at any given moment in the next 2 days. So I'm smoking an excessive amount of weed. While it's something I always do and something that I use with my practices, I do use it for sedation medication when I'm feeling absolutely ravenously raging mad as my leveled mood. The telepath. Don't call me an influencer. Why would you ever use that word for me? Do I actually influence people? Because I do not resonate with like the what an influencer is in this lifetime. Hearing Jim Morrison again. It's both, right? Yeah. And that's life too. You have to recognize that you're in a scene of a greater movie while also making your own indie film. Being the first person and third person perspective. There's so much you can learn from dreams, and I think people think too literally to be able to think linearly as if we exist in this plane and then we also exist in this plane, and it's very obvious that we do have some kind of astral travel or to some extent a projection in a collective world. Because okay, I want to go back to the psychosis comment you made if you are willing to elaborate on that source. Yeah, dead bodies in dreams can be really freaky, especially if you get like that sleep paralysis vibe. If you like wake up during one of them, oh man, I've been there. Or realizing something is dead and then waking up and being like, holy shit, what was going on? And I love Veronica Mars, but damn, some of that shit can be creepy. Yeah, dude. How could you not? I don't understand people who are just like so staunchly against this stuff or like don't have time to discuss it. And it's like, how do you not want to know how reality is just existing, especially when we all have so many issues with it? I'm going to figure out how it works because otherwise we'll never figure out a solution to all of the problems that we have. As discussed, like, no, you don't have to go back. You didn't really say much. You just had mentioned psychosis earlier and chaos magic. And you'd be scrolling for way too long. Just come back to the chat presently and because something I wanted to point out about psychosis as someone who has been locked up and diagnosed with psychosis and someone who can accept that diagnosis and also still do what they do, being a spiritual necromancer. Okay. It's kind of weird to me For sure, for sure, for sure, a warning. And someone definitely explained that if things are in sync and it's a good sign, you're probably doing good things in life. But if things are in sync and it feels like an insult, then you're probably not really aligned with what you're doing at all, right? But the thing with psychosis that I find so interesting is how often the story is not replicated, but it seems to be like there's a very, very similar narrative amongst anyone who has experienced true psychosis. And that is what is so interesting about it, where it's almost like, how can we all have a unified delusion if there's nothing more to it than individual mental illness, if that makes sense? So, yes, I do think that what you're saying, I would definitely say I align with, because something that does stand out to me, right? Group psychosis, but not even reacting within a group, but going through individual psychosis and then meeting someone who also has overcome moments of psychosis and those situations aligning, if that makes sense. Because, like, not necessarily group psychosis is in an entire group experiencing psychosis, but yeah, agreed. And there's something that is exposed to people when they do get a little out of whack or out of alignment. And that's why my experiences with such psychosis felt different. And like the first time, it did feel like it was on me and my responsibility. The second time, it felt like somebody orchestrated or intended that I experience psychosis to get what they wanted out of it, or for me to kind of comprehend something faster than I needed to be. It was very odd. They felt very different. And the first time I was very freaked out and learned a lot very fast. Yeah, right. You need to root out of yourself. That's how my first experience with spiritual psychosis and landing myself in the psych ward because of it, not knowing how to deal with it or how to treat it or having no one there to help me. Because as a healer, I was forced to learn how to heal myself, because that's the path that every healer takes. You will never heal anyone else until you heal yourself. So if you can't heal yourself, you're not a healer, point blank. It's a very difficult road. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. It takes years. It takes time, practice, effort, love, and humanity like none other. And to keep going and to keep fighting for yourself, with yourself, in and out at all times. It's exhausting. It's like so kind of sad and lonely, but it's a life, you know? And it's for the teachings or betterment of mankind, because I have tried to make my life as accessible or applicable or suitable for common good, because I do believe that a bit of self-sacrifice could go a long way, and that's why it's very, very, very important to have appropriate boundaries, which is funny because I think that's where we left off when you left, oddly enough. But we weren't talking about that at all since then. So you're tuning in exactly when you need to be here, and I think that's all that really matters. And that's the way that this has always been. You know what's funny? That's not the first time that something I've said or believed has aligned with Buddhism, in a sense. Somebody told me that I sounded Buddhist, or that I was like, my idea of religion was describing Buddhism. So I'm not surprised by that at all. I guess I just don't object to desire at the end of the day. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. Yes, that sounds like, yeah, healthy even. Very kind of cool, very good, very wholesome even, for some reason. I do really like that Buddhist energy. Got kind of tired again. Is somebody sleepy? This happened last time to us. Right, that's kind of same. It goes ancient Egyptian and then Eastern for me. I feel like Hinduism was the first, not like, well, Buddhism was the first religion I saw, but Hinduism seemed to be the first religion that came to me post spiritual awakening when I was like a late teen, you know? And the Egyptian stuff just seemed to call to me louder once you get through that layer of Hindu gods that kind of cover the psychedelic scene more or less. You know what I mean? It's like if you were there, you were there. But um, I think I'm gonna take a quick. I need to just stand up for a second. I'm gonna turn the fan on because the silence is like whoa for me on this end. So let me be back in a minute. I think perhaps we'll continue to chat. I feel like back into that sleepiness that we were in, where it just seems to be a fluctuating thing. There's gotta be a full moon coming up. If the last one was February 6th, wasn't it? So, could be that. Oh, but February short days. Yeah, I want to look that up. We might be preparing for something big this time. Kind of like, let's go though. I'll be right back with the ads. Mm. I ate a Ferrero Rocher. It was delicious. I've been eating Um, how are we doing? You're more than welcome to bring everything back to being black, especially when we barely acknowledge Black History Month as a collective or on this channel. Love that for him and for you. Amen. They were a community organization. They were true revolution. Absolutely. Leaders of a free world learned how to use their positions of power for the best executive function and the greater good of the people, for the people, by the people. True democracy, true welfare, true community standards. It's very sad that people like that were shot in the head by the government, and people still don't think that shit has just always been racist and that it isn't that deep when it absolutely motherfucking is. Okay. That's what I have always felt too, that we came here to be humans together and have humanness interactions and to love one another, but not everyone has that mindset. Some people would rather seize control and breed hatred for whatever reason. It's very baffling, but it's also the balance of life and us coexisting with our opposition and our villains. I'm trying to just smoke weed and stay calm because my PMDD will have me raging on some of these topics. Like, I will get so much more passionate. And it's really funny. And I don't mean, like, I love how you're like, not for every conversation to be about me being black. And I'm like, not for every conversation to me about me having PMDD. But at the same time, I have devoted so much of my life, nice, cheers, to researching, studying, and writing and talking about PMDD, recording, tracking, analyzing the data, because it affects me so much that I don't have a choice. And because I get these feelings of like passionate rage, it's almost like I have no other choice but to pour that energy into the very thing that's causing it. And so I get on these crusades, and sometimes when I forget, I love that reference so much. The Tao of Pooh was one of the first religious texts that I read outside of like the Bible era of my life. I think I was a freshman in high school. Sorry, y'all. Had to text my bestie. Yeah, and I did always love Winnie the Pooh, but I always really loved Piglet. Piglet is anxiety, right? Yeah, no, I love that reference, and I also did really like Winnie the Pooh, and now I find it almost boring compared to some of the other cartoons, but also very enjoyable because the aesthetic is absolutely adorable, and somehow the story does hold up and is relatable. It's just a bit slower paced, and so I like it, but it doesn't entertain the children as well, so it's like not a good watch anymore, if that makes sense. In terms of me being a nanny and not just leisurely watching Winnie the Pooh. But it's what the kids need, you know? Amen. Amen. I'm glad you mentioned that because it's true of so many of these identities for all of us, especially on the stream, and that's what is very annoying. Yeah, of course we do. Hello, we're elders. Like, duh. Kind of true, though. It's like I'm your mom and he's your dad. Were you beard parents? No, I'm just kidding. Totally straight. And also the flirting thing, you can't make it daddy vibes now. Or is that exact? Never mind. Let's not go down this road. It was a funny thought. Of course, we know the Tao Fu were the elders. Council approved book. Yes, you should all read it. It's very short. Good. Yes. Same. Kind of sorry about my inappropriate jokes. Was funny. The Tao of Pooh, to me, is just as important as Go Ask Alice. Oh my god, I love that. That's so cute. We had like all the books. We had a little book series where I know they had like the bigger white covers with the illustrations, but we had like the little set. It is not. I have nothing to do with that except for that I brought it up. We had the set of like the different colored books where it was like a rainbow, and each one was a different little lesson case of Winnie the Pooh. My brother was more into it, I think, than I was at the time. But we saw like the Piglet movie and Tigger movie in theaters. Oh my god, I did like honey though. Honey was like what I chose to dip my chicken in most of the time as a kid. Barbecue sauce for like chicken nuggets, but if it was homemade chicken, it was like, yeah, let me get some honey. Girl. I am fucking dead. Okay, no, we're all very much alive. God bless life. Life is so funny and entertaining at all times. There's always something to do. It's very weird to me that people are ever bored this day and age. And you've got to really check yourself if you're feeling bored in a time where you have literally everything at your fingertips that you could possibly be doing at any given time. And can still go outside. People need to appreciate going outside more. Oh, I need to watch Lovecraft County. What is one drop? Do you mean like one drop? Or no? Do not get me a pet unless we're getting it together and we go pick it out ourselves. I'm not gonna enjoy an animal I don't immediately. Ugh, God, no. Pet names though, maybe. Love giving nicknames. What is the one drop rule? What? That kind of sounds like. Oh, like actual. I thought you were saying pets. Like, do you like to get pets? Like, here's a dog. And I'm like, fuck no, do not get me a pet. That sounds absolutely terrible. But like this, no, not so much. This, sure. A little bit of this, yeah, whatever. Belly rubs all day. But pets, no. Pets, yes, probably. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, I get cramps and shit. I love belly rubs. So this is all interesting because the way that my family's always kind of told me is that because my grandma was Maltese, she seemed very akin to the same thing, and my great grandfather was very Irish and like super white, and their kids looked like 50-50. It was like crazy how much some of them don't look like siblings. Where I'm like, let me not do the math on that. and they had to live in a certain place in the city because she was too dark, basically, even though she's not really, wasn't really black, I guess. She was Maltese. Unless it's like a secret or something, which it could be. But she married a hella Irish dude. I think he was old too. I don't know. But I kind of get what you're saying. And I guess I never really like interpreted the data that way, where I realized that it wasn't just them and that that's what people did to everyone who either looked like that or was living as such, right? And not just something that happened to my family in that one instance, in that one scenario, of that one street, but it was, as you were saying, the one drop rule. And like that's the thing, the kids look 50-50. It's just crazy to think about, and they weren't even, you know, not that that would make a difference, but that's like, yeah. That's very sad. Yeah, you could see that. Wow. Thanks for the follow. Came at a weird time, Greg Moss. Better be polite in the chat. I'm not doing tarot right now, by the way. Pink indicates that we're just talking, so feel free to ask or say whatever you want right now. When the box is turquoise, it means tarot's in progress. Just to clarify, I was reading for like an hour and a half earlier, so I've just been chilling talking. The chat's always pretty much spiritually related on some level, in some way. Even if it gets a little socio-political at times, or off topic, and of special interest. Stick around, it's a vibe. But, right. Thanks, cool, welcome. You seem like the right vibe. Are you a Leo or something? Your account was made during Gemini season. I love Gemini energy, so I could understand why you were feeling social that day. Especially because it was like during the pandemic. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hello, Vizzy. I don't know if you just heard me talk about how I'm not like this. What's your sun sign and gender? Vizel. I'm sorry, am I being creepy or am I just, I enjoy the vibe and the energy that y'all are bringing to the chat? Vizzy, what up, my Vizzle? I'm sorry, what was that about? Did people say that to you? That doesn't sound like something I would normally say, and it also felt like very charged at the same time. Is that something people say to you? I'm glad you do. Busy. Viz. Vizzle. I'm glad. I hope I didn't make it awkward, or am I supposed to? I'm psychic, kind of. Not really. Yeah. Right. Oh my gosh. It's actually not a terrible idea. Like, make people feel as uncomfortable as possible at all times. Yeah. I am psychic and mean and hate men. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, I'm not. I guess you missed it. Love that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so Capson, pretty solid. Gotta love them. Definitely my number one business partners. Lovely. Many good things. Moon is Sagittarius. Exquisite placement. Kind of chaotic, kind of crazy, kind of like self-centered, but in a fun or even responsible way. But we do love a Sag Moon. I always got at least 2 on deck, right? Scorpio rising, same. That's what makes us beautiful, in case anyone from One Direction asks you. It's the Scorpio rising. Great placements. Yeah, something like that. I'm just like a big raging lesbian that's addicted to the D. Fuck, it's called ovulation. Why am I losing my voice? It's funny that wasn't happening at all tonight. Now I'm trying to clear it and chug water without being like obnoxiously loud. If somebody has something to say, you better say it right now before we start doing the tarot and all that. Seems you're so suspicious. Yeah, no, same. It got crazy, right? Like it got crazy, right? There was this, oh, everybody's gonna go to bed, and now all of a sudden we're like, um, that would cost you, to be quite frank, and I did not just say that out loud or actually mean it. It's totally some kind of joke or something. Okay, yes, yes. Yeah, you really didn't. You started doing chaos magic on us probably, and it's working, but honestly, because we're such maniacal bitches, we just love it. Also, bitchy's been coming up lately. I've been using that word very loosely and a lot. It's something very 2015 of me, and it's not something I'm necessarily proud of. But if it is called for in the vernacular, then so be it, as such, because it is who we are, what I am, and that's the stand. Yes, Edge Moon, I think you are pretty chaotic. And as much as you try to keep that mess tidy with that Capricorn Sun, you don't. But your Scorpio rising makes it look good. You a hot mess, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god. The lesbian TikTok, I've been there, yes. Okay. Virgo perfection, also kind of yes, but no. And yeah, I agree. They think I'm a thought now, but I do so much thinking and so much less thoughting than I have. So just appreciate the thoughtiness that you do get, is how I see it. Yes, agree. And also, this is okay. That is great. Yeah. Love that. Very cool. Sometimes I wonder if same. It's okay. I just ovulate because of my stupid organs and ended up hypersexually. Wow, that seems rude. I like Queen anyways. I'm okay with Queen. I love Queen. But I like Queen too. I leave King to the men. Here's the thing. When I say I hate men, or just agree to it because this is something Source decided, I hate anyone who just identifies as man, regular, standard, whatever they think that is man, who only has an identity in man. And I'm not saying male, I'm not saying cis man, I'm not saying like, straight man or gay man or trans man. I'm saying people who identify just in man and somehow feel like they are more correctly that person than anyone who gave a secondary description to more identify themselves as who they are as individuals than just escape under the guise of one thing and adhering to this one thing. That's, yeah, I love it. I love it. And I have these earrings. I don't know if I've worn them on stream a long time ago, but it's been a minute, and I debated on it today, but I wanted something light. And amen. I don't know if I really love men. I like a more evolved creature than that. I think man, just simple man, is very uninvolved. I don't even think that you would be in that category because you identify as a Virgo. You get what I'm saying? Like, you are removed from that category, in my opinion, even though you are a cis straight man. That's not what I mean by that. You identify as more than just your man identity. And once again, I don't even mean male identity because you can still like check the box and be like, whatever, I'm male, and still go off and have all your own culture. But if you're just like manhood, man, shit, man, cave, man, exactly. You can be a man, but we all know you as a Virgo man. You have a secondary identity, so I wouldn't categorize you as someone who sees man as their gender necessarily, if that makes sense. That's what I mean, is like anyone who's like can't break out of that very restrictive binary of like what the culture is supposed to be with that assumed identity, and like, amen. Amen. So yeah, I hate the arbitrary notion of something as simple and uncomplex as men. I agree. Hate it. Love you though. Because you're Virgo. And I like Virgos as much as I don't. And it's them stigmatizing themselves and making it everyone else's problem that makes me resent it. We do love froggies. There you are. Wash your hands and wash your face. What did I do? It all just minimized. So funny. It's okay. Never gonna let you feel comfortable until I know your mind. You're so funny. That's such a fucking Virgo mindset. And then once you have it, you're like, okay, on to the next. And they're like, what the fuck? And you're like, yeah, now you're on my list. And you're like, what list? And like, don't worry about it. Forget I exist. Be back later. The fuck? Ultimate fuckboys, dude. What are these bangs? Don't even tell me I look good in this sweater and bangs right now. I look like an old ass lady man. As you say, feminine and androgynous. Me too. Femme-leaning androgyny. I like my hair to be kind of androgynous, you know? That's important to me. That's why it's never styled too much, because I like to have just a relaxed kind of like length. The bangs make it a little more feminine, and I think that's why a lot of men tend to like me with bangs more, because it makes me more femme-identifying. But when I do the middle part is when I feel like the most powerful, and I also feel like it strikes my masculinity. Because it's that rock and roll kind of main feeling. I don't know, it's very masculine to me. The bangs keep it femme. But they look good with my Earth, Sun, and Scorpio rising, right? So I don't mind. That's so Virgo. You goofballs. I kind of love it though. I'm like semi okay with it, but also some get to the point where it's like, okay, now you just don't deserve to have toys at all because you break them. And that's the struggle with Virgos. I also feel like I'm getting cut off by the chat. I feel like I adjusted these screens and then now I'm switched back to this scene, and it's like I almost have to adjust this a little bit. I don't need to do it right now, but it's kind of driving me crazy. Even better than just talking to you in a sense. Because there is a sense of authenticity because you're very transparent about who you are across the board, and not everybody has that. Some people are doing more of a persona online. And I think the reason that a lot of us vibe on here is because we are just who we are and we're putting ourselves out there truly, rather than trying to figure out what is the best method of personification and who do we want to emulate and all this other shit. These bitches get their buccal fat removed. I don't even have any. Thank you. What a compliment. Y'all want to look more like me? No shit. Too bad you can't replicate it though. You know what I'm saying? Like, good luck though. Good luck though. Like, I can't. Because where? What? Come on. Dude, that's what I'm saying. I adjusted the framing and like redid this when I was in my staycation zone. And so now that I'm back on this screen, I feel like, or this backdrop, I feel like it's a little bit off. And yeah, the camera, I may have actually just like hit the table too much and moved it a little bit. Exactly. Amen. Oops, I am not trying to pin this. What is happening? I don't know what I just did. How did I pin that? Okay, this seems awkward, and I feel like this guy's barely talked to us and he's new here, and now I pinned his random comment about his size. Okay, this was an unpin this message. Sorry about that, y'all. Not that it's not important. It just seemed like intense, right? Okay. Glam. 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 Glitter and glam and glitz is always going to be my thing, but gaudiness. I think that's so drag of me, though. That's so queer. That's so our ancestors. It just sometimes I've pinned comments, but what? What? It's manic again. When is the full moon? We forgot to check on the last ad break. Full moon in March. It's got to be coming up. It's only like a 28-day cycle in between. Yeah, March 7th, and it's already March 4th. So it's not only the transition into the new season and also a snowstorm throughout the fucking nation during Pisces season when we're all giving up things for Lent and about to have this rebirth with fucking zombie alien Jesus. He's gonna bring us the best shrooms we have ever fucking had. I mean, I kind of did not say that. Who the fuck is Jesus? What are you even talking about? Where are you getting these fucking mushrooms from? You lies. Lies and hearsay. Relax. Okay. Peak illumination at precisely 7:40 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, March 7th, 2023. Maybe we will stay awake for the stream. The thing with full moons is about releasing. New moons is about creating. So this is like, what are you letting go of? This is the final full moon energy that you are releasing for the rest of the year as we complete the 2022 zodiac cycle and complete the last 10 years to which we mark the beginning of the end of the world as we knew it. How was saying goodbye to everything you once loved that no longer exists, right? Because it's not coming back and it's very hard to deal with. It's very hard to deal with. If you know, you know. Okay, back to the chat. Sorry. Whoa, I feel like I missed a lot. I want to see. Like flapper fringe kind of thing, or I want to see. Men did this to themselves and they want to complain about it and bully us about why we don't change our minds and go easier on them as if they didn't create this entire infrastructure and upheld it and oppressed us the entire time. And then they want sympathy. For what and why? You did this to all of us, including yourself, and now you're mad at who? And you expect us to not be mad at you? Peace out. Pin this message. Oh, I was hovering over something. Clothing and jewelry. Unless I'm already irritable and having headaches. Like tonight I needed to go late, but I am notorious for heavy earrings. And I love fabric that has some weight to it. Yes. I want to see pictures. Or just do another look. Let me know when. Sounds so beautiful. Kind of love it all. Gotta love it all. Knight of Cups. I don't know if there's a water sign watching, a water sign masculine energy, or just the the father figure, parental energy coming through this Pisces season. A lot of reflection going on, a lot of that patriarchal energy, but in a healing way instead of the toxic masculinity that we've been experiencing up until today. Yeah, it's okay. No pictures? Damn. I bet it was gorgeous and it lived its moment forever in history. A story that so many of them tell. You have no idea. That's beautiful. Okay. So it's all about the masculine becoming more nurturing, you know? Bummer. But also it's a frat house, so no real loss. Just kidding. It's not my culture, but, you know. Is it yours? It's Greek. Just kidding, but actually a friend of mine was like kind of going on a rant about the dedication to Greek culture recently, and I was like, damn, I never really thought of that, but also like a lot of them Greek gods were not great, so you're probably not wrong. That's my my bitch. She would say that's what she was saying today too. She's like, fuck, and it's like, yeah, dude, it's kind of just a thing right now. I love her, and I love linguistics, and I love the way we can connect and be spiritual and still be ourselves. Oh, that's very cool, yeah. Hell yeah. I love that. Where you're just like, you know what, let's make it a point to be here. Let's make it a point to do it too. But yeah, we were talking about like Greek culture and Greek society and like what you're actually pledging to and like the indoctrinations and actual like lettering and sigilling of the things that we don't fully understand when it's just like words to us but chants to them and kind of stuff like that. She went more deep into it, and it's not something I've given it too much thought, so it's not really my stuff to say, but she had some good points where I was like, whoa, a little bit creepy when you think about it. Very much aligns with a lot of aspects of other things, like how long it took me to realize Catholicism was very ritualistic. It's like interesting to see the same thing with the fraternities and such. I think I'm a bit of a Sigma myself, maybe more Gamma, I'm not sure. I think it's easy to perceive me as Alpha, but really, I want to be perceived as Gamma, but in reality, might just be Sigma. I don't know. Like my personality, I don't do frats, right? Or sorority. I feel like I've seen a glitch on the secondary cam, which was interesting. I think I'm gonna roll some ads, but if you're a subscriber, you won't have to watch the ads. And if there's a glitch, maybe you won't watch the ads either. And we're gonna adjust my camera while I do that. So, be right back, but it's a pseudo be right back. And subscribe if you want to see really fun, random behind the scenes content like this. Okay. Here I am. I'm gonna adjust this camera situation. I feel like it got pushed forward when I did something earlier. That is perfect. Right? That's all it needed. That's how it was. I think I accidentally moved it. Like, I didn't notice when it happened, but then I noticed the camera was like, nah, correct. Whoa. No. Yeah. Okay. There it is. Great. My bangs are still pissing me off. I can't even tell I washed it today because I can't stop touching it. And it's going to get so greasy because I'm a white person. I have white people here. It absorbs grease. And it looks terrible because it's so thin. Okay. Sorry. Catching up with the chat since I'm already here. Digging the frame, definitely. No hazing, that's good. You're so silly. I don't even see how that's relevant. Other than seeing me in the shadows or behind the scenes. I used to want to be in the shadows too, but I was forced into the spotlight because of the way that I move so loudly and bright that it's hard to hide me in the dark of night, despite the fact that I am queen of the damned, the underworld, as it is, or whatever else kind of wicked shit that you could attribute to what it is that I do between necromancy and tarot for you. I've seen it all, and I've seen it's true. That when you die, you become the real you. And when I go, I've got work to do, and so in this life, it's too tiring to try to keep up with the whole crew. Because I've got so much more to do. Okay, shh, pretend this never happened. I forgot to get water, y'all. Please remind me on the next one. Wow. That's not so bad. That's kind of cute, actually. It's like the healthy thing to do, unless they were trying to push you off a cliff. Is that when you almost fell? No, thank you. Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing? How's it going? How's your night been? How's your everything? No, I cannot. I can, and I would not want to imagine, you know? I can imagine. Right. I'd be like, hell no. What kind of fucking cult is this? Sorry about the free content, but also you're welcome. Sometimes it just feels necessary to do that. Cherry chapstick smells so good because it's something I used to love when I was a kid, and even though it's not the best chapstick in the world, hence why I just like put so much fucking on. Norma Jean loved that because so truly. It's cute how Betty Page slash Marilyn Monroe I am, because Betty Page was also kind of a religious freak and ended up in the psych ward a few times and was kind of fucking crazy, arguably speaking, and did try to kill someone. And I was like, wow, yeah, that's definitely my namesake, the Page. Damn, Betty, amazing. Also an icon. Also controversial as fuck. Also just embraced her sexual revolution. You know, whereas Norma Jean, the good girl queen, was all caught up in alien conspiracy, so we honor and love that she is the godmother of modern conspiracy theories. God bless. That's what I'm saying. A hike sounds kind of cute. Sounds like a good thing to do. Great way to haze. Get to know people. See how strong they are, I guess. See if they can keep up with you. It's great. Make them keep doing it if they can't. Right. Yeah, that shit is insane to me. Y'all should really watch Veronica Mars. It's a great show, especially if you experience that stuff, because their third season they are in college, university, and I'm like, ew. But it's a great show. You should really watch it. I think it's still on Hulu. And then the fourth season, you have to watch the movie in between, but it's a great series. Highly recommend. Oh. Oh. More of a fun thing, hence like the queer frat or misunderstanding. I don't know, right? Like that. Got it, right? Did I? I'm gonna fidget with my water because sometimes I just talk too much, and also because I need to remember to fill it on the next ad break, which will probably be sooner because I forgot to get water. But it's good I'm drinking it because sometimes when I am bloated and retaining water because of stupid periods, I don't like to drink as much of it, dehydrate myself, and then I get a little aggro because I'm dehydrated and then I'm an idiot and I don't want to drink water. Because again, water retention, bloating, it's uncomfortable. You just don't think of it, but then you get dehydrated and you're like, wow, you're kind of an idiot. And then it's like, yeah, of course I'm an idiot. I don't even care if I drink water or stay dehydrated. And it's like, whoa, that kind of escalated really quickly. And it's like, yeah, probably should drink the water. And yet I didn't. And then here we are. At least I've gotten through like 4 or 5 disco balls today. You know what I'm saying? Proud of myself for that. Not sure I understand. Okay, I admit, I don't really understand. I've had a few people with paddles, like, kind of so hilarious. That's cute. Water balloon hazing. Water balloon fights are the shit. They're like not really that good for the environment, and I get that because I'm a hypocrite, not righteous. This is a channel where we're all learning together how to be the best versions of ourselves. I have no exception. We are all in evolution, and evolution is an ongoing journey. Okay. Water balloon fights are pretty fucking dope. How much fun did we have in the 90s, bro? We really had a sacred childhood, and I'm sorry if any of y'all didn't get to participate or if y'all missed it. It was a good, beautiful earth that we had here. Like The Last Airbender, or like the Sharks and Minnows. Kind of zoned out. I was thinking about random stuff. Maybe I'm meant to black out your fraternity stuff. I'm getting a sleepiness again. Why have we been so on manic and swinging up tonight? It's funny. Who's having a bipolar episode? Raise your fucking hand. I felt like I was pretty one note all day, and then I come on here and we're all like collectively swinging. What is that about? Okay, I didn't even mean it like that, but like honestly, chill out. Oh my god. I love like endless jokes and humor in life. I love being so funny and hilarious and like, yeah, kind of just exquisite. I'm thinking about rolling like a little quick minute ad breaks to get this water, and then maybe take an extended break in a little bit and have a little snack. And then maybe, I don't know, it's hard to tell if we're like actually tired or not, right? Like it's really weird. So I think I'll just roll a minute ad because we're already at 50 minutes with the pre-roll off. And then we'll just chat for a little bit. Maybe. Am I sleepy? Maybe I do just need food. Maybe we'll have another manic episode. Maybe I just need to drink some water. I don't know. Let me at least fill this disco ball. I'll be right back in like 1 minute. But if I'm late, it's because it took longer than that. So. I did it. Got the water. I might go. I know we keep having these bouts of mania this evening, but I might just take some time to be quiet and have a post-stream dinner and then do some things and go to bed. I was gonna stream a little bit longer before I did those things, but I'm already so tired and I feel like maybe I need a moment to myself before the day arises and falls once more into sleep. But for now, it seems, despite loving the stream, that something calls for me to sit quietly. Yeah, something maybe poetic. I think I want to write a poem though before I go. I said it earlier and it seems to be a hit and I get entranced by it. So let me slap keys. Don't mind me if I don't keep up with the but I can hear it already. Somebody say something for the first line of inspiration besides the last thing that was said in the chat. Imagine that. That's not my poem inspiration. That sounds like a prayer. Green Lantern, you just had to throw it in there. That's the oath you memorized? Y'all, I don't do superheroes like that. I'm into like Harley Quinn, you know? So, okay, we'll take the Green Lanterns thing and then we'll do a Harley Quinn spin and imagine that this is where we'll get. So, okay. Oh, I thought you were saying that was. What? Made what up? Oh, there's two. Okay. Sorry. I missed one of them. Source. I didn't even read yours. It's hilarious, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Sorry, I missed a lot in the chat somehow. Real men need this. At least they can acknowledge that they themselves are real. Holy fuck. They all just keep throwing out these Green Lantern things. Okay, I'm getting in the zone too, because everybody's on a roll right now. It's just poetry in the room. Welcome to the poetry chat. Feel free to drop a verse or a line as you see fit. We're beatniks. Do it. I'm just catching up on the chat. Yes, it's all happening. This one I will pin, okay? We all sounded great. I really loved it. I might only have 20 minutes left in me. I'm very satisfied with this stream tonight. This was a beautiful time. 20 minutes feels generous, but honestly, if it's the difference between 3.5 hours and 4 hours, I try to stick it out. So I'm gonna try. But if I start running a whole bunch of ads, just know that I might come back and say goodnight, even though it seems like you're waiting for something. I'm getting to that point, but it was a great stream, you know. Thank you, y'all. I should copy and paste that into the forums like I did last time, and I encourage anybody who did contribute in their own way, poetically speaking or otherwise, or want to post any poetry, can join the forums. If you're not already a member of my website, you can sign up now. It is a Wix site, not some sketchy thing I built myself. Very reputable. All you need is an email address and a way to indicate or verify yourself to me so I can accept your request to be a part of something. And then you can access the forums. And once you can access the forums, you can post whatever you want. And there are categories like spirituality, poetry, and more. So I'm about to put the poem that I typed in the chat or in the forum for poetry. You can though. It's just like there's not a lot going on in the forums, and I think it's kind of cool. We always talk shit on social medias and how we hate these apps and blah 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 blah, and we can't stand these billionaires. So then I built something, or designed something that could be, still have a community vibe and a conversation without all the expectations or money schemes behind it because it's a free thing. It's just like a private conversation for some of us to have. Verified no robots and no billionaires involved, except for maybe Wix, which seems once again pretty reputable. So just a good host. And then people don't really want to interact with it as much, which Lady does, thank you very much. Poily Boy does, thank you very much. And I do, and that's enough for me personally. So if you want to sign up for that, you can. Again, it's free. All you need is an email address, password, a name. But in the meantime, I am going to take this poetry that I just typed live for you all to see, and I'm going to copy and paste it into the chat, and maybe I'll read it out loud to you, but I know that the beginning was a little bit talking nonsense. So let me get it copy and pasted first, and then I'll read it once I have it whole. If that sounds okay to you, and I'm in the wrong part of the chat. Fucking A. Need to scroll up in the other one. I scrolled all the way up to work your crown, Ellie, and it's like, yeah, because also crown chakra and queendom. Big queen energy, big empress energy, happily walk in my feminine characteristics and body. Like, love that. I don't know why I scrolled up so far, where the fuck this poetry is. Oh, it's going directly to the forums. Imagine that. Here we go. Profess. Live poetry. Once again, if you sign up for my website, you can read the poetry fully, but I think I'll read it. I don't think it's that good, but I'm glad y'all found something in it that you liked. Yeah, so feel free to share any poetry. All right. Imagine that a graceful hat could adorn the head that did once lack, fully in a room full of gully looks about the mullied berries and bullied hearts of the counter girls, stowed away in pens and papers, looking no further than the drapers, carpet masters to make the shifts go faster, presently in and fated for disaster. The heart wants what it wants, but what is it after? If not your love, then your light surely matters, the gift of the world in which you shine brightly. Do what you wish on the daily and nightly, slowly to sink in a place of your lap, the greatest bounds and leaps, and perhaps, if only the way we could see us, each other, if we could walk more akin to one another, begotten now, not knowing, is one of the prizes, the greatest of fallacies and human compromises, the telling of earth and its secrets per quota. There are none so insidiously devoted to market and markets and many fat hogs, to silently sleeping like ants on a log. I could stop you, I could go for you, I could run to you, I could know for you. That's the message that carries through. A world undivided can be so united, if not for the bestowing of kings. Unrequited. Needed something there. I originally had beautiful imagery and then it just wasn't a thing. Cool. I'm gonna add a cool picture of me too, behind the scenes content. Can't see the chat right now, sorry, and I don't know. What was that poem about? check in. Ooh, thank you. I love it. Hmm. Just looking for a silly little picture to post with my poetry. Mm-hmm. Ooh, let's go really never before seen. Wow. Summer of 2020 or 2021, whenever the fuck that was pretty great, and so was fall. It was actually a decent year, COVID and all. Hate to say it, but it was a ball. Reminiscing very fondly of it all. It was tough, but we got through it. And it was all over before we knew it. Things may have changed, but I don't think we blew it because although it's different, it's like we knew it would all work out in the end. And I can say it again and again. That's just a random photo of me. It's kind of sassy and cute, but if you want to see it, you gotta be a member. So I posted. Poem in a stream. I'm glad that you remembered here. I'm a beatnik, last beatnik in America, as I described it. Maybe not true, but perhaps a distinction from poetry. I hate dealing with the bank. I prefer credit unions. It's sweet how much you love Green Lantern and you both kind of clicked with it and had your own individual experiences with it. I'm glad that you have reckoned with the poets and you do it. Enjoy my website. And I wish y'all would join because it's actually a lot of fun to be able to talk to each other with, once again, out billionaires. Kind of like reading our every move or profiting off of what we're saying. It's like I don't really directly profit off of this. I might, like, I don't know, you can like buy stuff from me and spend money in other ways, but you don't have to spend money to be a part of the forums. It's just a fun thing to do. There is technically an app. I don't know. Spaces. It might be because I'm an admin, but it's pretty cool. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, interesting. I don't even know. The Flash is the fast one, right? Spider Man's cool. Superman, I kind of didn't resonate with as much, but I get it because also kind of me. So, makes sense or whatever. Like I said, I'm actually pretty much a Harley Quinn bitch. Poison Ivy, all them. Because I'm not that into like superheroism. I'm like, who's hot, who's not? No, but like, she was a doctor, so I don't really feel like it's so terrible. Just don't idolize her relationship with the Joker, you know? So, part of me that if in a few minutes here I end up taking an extended break just to come back and decide I don't want to stream anymore, we'll see how I feel after that time. But I don't, like I said, want to have a snack. It seems to be dwindling. Time is passing. I want to hit the 4 hour mark, but then it might just be some ad rolls for a minute and I'll come back and see how I'm feeling, but I might just call it. I don't know. Sunder is a nice use of words. I love it. Oh, I scrolled up again. Too far. Illuminate, I love. False rhyme, I think, is what you mean, right? Very nice. I don't know why I scrolled up again and saw, reread another one. It is nice to have like poetry time with all of you, right? But yeah, maybe it is just time to end the stream. How about I just roll some ads and say goodnight, queens? I'll be right back. Thank you all for being here all night long. I'm very tired. I am going to go. Oh my god, I'm getting raided. I'm going to bed. I'm so sorry, you guys. I don't even feel like raiding anybody else. It is so sleepy time. Do watch the stream though. I used the cards early on in the stream tonight. We will see you tomorrow, Kisane. Feel free to follow me and come back. I will be streaming Sunday and Monday night. I do take Saturdays off. They are for me and for the fun of things. So please do come back and join us Sunday at the earliest and Monday if you miss it. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for trying. No, I want to go home. I love you all though. Yeah. Um, I literally just, how about we just shout them out right now? Who is it? Can I like tag them or put you say their name? I don't want any part of it, but yeah, drop their thing, you know, before we go, since there's people here to maybe, yeah. Yeah. I am Tolek. I'm gonna do it too. Tolek. I don't know if there's a point to that, but y'all should go, yeah. Can you take them, Source? I don't feel like doing the thing. What? Alright, anyway, love you all. Go watch Tolek. Love Tolek. Thank you. I'm like, is there an easy way I can do this? Yes. Perfect. It says no. Oh, because I'm not supposed to do the app. Just slash raid and then this, or I'm confused. It says no matches. I don't know. It's taking forever. Everybody just go find the stream. I love you all so much. I'll be back Sunday evening. Watch the replay. The reading is all in the first hour and a half. You bet your ass I'm gonna roll some ads. Go find Tolek. Love you all so much. Mwah. Good night and good luck. Thanks again. Come back Sunday. Check out my website in the meantime and enjoy all of the content. I love you all so much. Thanks again. Sweet dreams. I'll see you in the next plane.